Is the next of the top five greatest animes of all times. Maybe in the next 5 years it would change from that, but this is Naruto. Now, um, unlike past videos, I'm going to try to see if I can get this about around 2 hours, or maybe 2.5 hours. I'll try to condense this as fast as possible because I'm trying to see if I could get the other one out done today real quick. That would probably take about an hour and a half to about 2 hours. If I can knock both of them out today, great. If not, it's just Naruto. Um, name's Mackie. I do gaming, anime, manga, and I just do it for fun. Every now and again, these top fives are something that I do at least once a year. Once a year for top five anime for film, top five anime for series, and they're all done within the same year. So next year it'll be a top five of something like games. But this year specifically, it was about top five of anime movies and about top five of anime series. So without further ado, I'm gonna get straight into Naruto. So I don't have to waste a lot of time on this. And Naruto has been around for quite some time. I don't know how long, but I know it hasn't been as long as Hunter x Hunter when it originally came out on broadcast television. Back then, when people were still using TV, but I know it came out in the early 2000s. So that said, moving forward, I'll go straight into it. And Naruto is a very interesting story. And unlike many other stories, it takes itself very seriously, and only sometimes there are lightheartedness. Basically, the character Naruto is meant to be the lightheartedness to the very serious nature that is the ninja world. Without a protagonist or without an individual or a side character or anyone that's lighthearted, the world of Naruto would have been far more bleak than it was. It is only due to Naruto and those who are teammates of Naruto does this anime don't go into deep waters, that deep water, where they might find themselves drowning. So with that said, I'm going to get straight into it. And the reason why this is in the fourth slot is because in later Naruto series, especially Shippuden, eventually fillers became the norm. So much so because the company was so confident with the popularity of Naruto, and they knew that they had a dedicated fandom that was international as well as in Japan. They wanted to milk it for all it's worth. And like I said before, when you milk something for all it's worth, if it starts to lean towards the negative, then it's time to check out. And a lot of people checked out. And it's the reason why shows like My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen, and many others thereafter, even I believe even Bleach later on, became so popular down the road. Even though Bleach came before Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero Academia. But they are the reason why those shows became popular down the road. Because shows like Naruto eventually became a filler sandwich. Um, Regardless of that, you cannot deny the quality and the world and the lore and the myth and the darkness as well as the light that is in Naruto. Naruto is very bleak anime, but Naruto is light to slowly thin out the bleakness of the ninja world. In other words, um, Naruto is a representation of feudal Japan back in the Middle Ages, the medieval times of Japan, back when Iga and Koga ninjas were needed in order to execute certain operations to ensure that the shogunate or remnants who served under the shogunate got what they wanted in order to serve the lord of their lands. In other words, back in the days, provinces ruled Japan, even though the shogun ruled over everyone else. But he allowed certain daimyos, or you could call them counts, to rule over their separate individual provinces. And during those period, many other daimyos or rulers or small factions wanted to take over those areas or rule over those lands that those daimyos held over, either to overthrow the tyrants that they were or to replace them with who they are as even worse tyrants, in order to make sure such uprising never happen, or in order to make sure that those people who are in power get removed. So, either more wicked people take the place or better people take place. Ninjas were used in order to do assassination. So, a certain, dictator or a certain daimyo, or even those below them, uh, remnants of those areas, or servants, or how would you call them? I forgot what their name was. Um, Clergymen, so to speak, weren't um, associated with those daimyos or associated with the shogun, who are allied with certain ruling factions or stewards of those lands. So that's where Naruto comes from a rich history of Japan's past, medieval Japan. So when you see Naruto, you're basically seeing the deeds and actions of a period when mysticism of the ninjahood was used in feudal Japan, during the 17th century, during the 18th century, and during the 19th century. Um, Mostly died out during the 19th century, during the Reformation period. So yeah, not sure if it was still used. Maybe it was, but it was prominent during the 16th, 17th, and also the 18th century. Moving forward from that, we get to see the main character of this story, for this representation of what Iga and Koga were in reality to what this fictional story is representing of a real life Japan. We have a fictional world to represent things that represented real life Japan. We have fictional locations and fictional tribes and fictional rulers, to represent real rulers of real world Japan. So they're basically using the history of their past to show different things. Of course, there was no such thing as a village hidden in the leaf, or rain, or anything hidden in anything. It wasn't called that in reality. There were basically separate hidden ninja village in reality. No one knew where they were except those who rule within those provinces, and those who rule within those provinces never disclosed where those villages were. So I guess the word hidden is just a representation of the nature of ninjahood during that time. So that said, going forward into the story, not sure if the representation of Naruto's village, the village hidden in the leaves, is either Koga or Iga, or maybe it's neither, or a representation of both in one. I used to always think it's a representation of both in one, because both the Uchiha and the Senju clan created this village. So it's like a combination of both Iga and Koga. Though I don't believe that's the case. I believe they just created something fictional, and it has nothing to do with those two real life clans in existence. It's something completely fictional, obviously. But I'm not 100% obvious on that either, because I didn't go that deep into the history of where this came from those who decided to first create Naruto to those who took over the role of those who first created Naruto in the Shippuden series. Okay, so this character is called Naruto Uzumaki. And Naruto Uzumaki is the son of someone very great, and his name, and since this video is all about spoilers, and about giving a rundown of this anime, because I didn't say that before. Every single video within my top 5 list are all rundowns, and they all have spoilers. So if you want to check out. This is not a video about keeping things away. This is a rundown. Rundown gives you the whole rundown of the entire series, with the spoilers as well. So this character is called Naruto Uzumaki, um, and he is from a very famous person. And his very famous person, his father, is also called, well, his last name, his father, isn't called Uzumaki, but his father was the fourth Hokage, um, before the fourth Hokage died. However, Naruto does not know this, and no one tells him of this because he might do things ridiculously stupid if he learns of his original past. So it's best that everyone in the village, as well as the leaders, do not remind him of where he originally came from. Otherwise, they would have the wrath of the gods against them. Because even though the fourth Hokage was a good person and a great leader, the fourth Hokage was also attached to a woman called Uzumaki, his wife Mito. Well, yeah, I'm not sure if his wife was Mito. No. His wife might have been someone else. Mito was probably someone else. Or maybe she was. His wife was also Uzumaki. And his wife was red hair, and Naruto's father was white or silver haired. No, white or yellow haired. And that's how he came out to have like orange color hair. It was a combination of her orange slash reddish hair with his light whitish slash yellow hair. So his hair is not fully yellow. It's a combination. It's like dark yellow or orange yellow. So it's a combination of both his mother and his father's hair. So when you're looking at Naruto's hair, it's never fully yellow. It's always orange yellow. That's an example of who he is and where he came from. Um, and why I said the whole Mito thing is because that's also part of his legacy, the Uzumaki clan. And why it seemed like it's the reason why they would want to hid his father from him, because he's attached to the woman he married to that is essential to hid from Naruto, because that woman is attached to a creature called the Nine-Tailed Beast or the Nine-Tailed Fox. And this creature was the creature that destroyed their village more than a decade ago, or probably like 7 or 8 years ago. Not sure exactly how it went, but a long, long time ago, before Naruto ever became a boy, when Naruto was just born, months. So at this point right now, Naruto is said to be below the age of 11 years old. So I would say about 10 years. Naruto is 10 years old. And so the events that the Nine-Tailed Fox that destroyed their village about a good 10 years ago. 9 or 10 years ago. I would say 9 or 10 years ago. And during the process of this destruction, a lot of families died, a lot of people got killed, and they all wanted someone to blame. So they all blamed it on Uzumaki, because, well, they had to blame it on someone, even though they considered considered um, Naruto's father to be the savior, the fourth Hokage to be the savior of the village for stopping the Nine-Tail. They had to blame someone in the process of that, so they blamed Naruto's mother. But at the same time, they knew who Naruto's mother was, um, even though they blamed her for it. So it's very strange. They knew that the husband stopped the wife from releasing the Nine-Tailed Fox, and that she died in the process trying to contain this fox, but they had to blame someone with regards to that. So moving forward, this blame continues for more than 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, and every time they see him, it's kind of discuss when they look at Naruto, because they see the nine-tailed fox. They know that in order to save the village, that fox had to be contained within a seal, and that seal had to be infused within the body of someone at the time who were present at that location when it was happened. Now, the only two people that were present at that location in order to stop the nine-tailed fox was Naruto's mother and Naruto's father. Two people. No one else was there in order to use sealing jutsu, and jutsu is a representation of a type of power, a ninja power, in order to cast either a form of a weapon or cast either a form of mysticism in order to do something or to make something or to harness something or to conjure something or to subdue something. And so, since both of them were present there and the only ones there at the moment, one of them had to subdue the creature. And in order to subdue this creature, a sealing jutsu required the price of the death of the person who has to subdue the creature. In exchange, that power had to be contained, but it had to be contained within a vessel and not within the vessel of the person who was going to die. It had to be contained within the vessel that someone that was going to live. And since it was going to be contained within Naruto's father, unfortunately for him, he got killed in the process during the fight with the person who allowed the nine-tailed fox to invade this place, to invade their town and to destroy the village. Um, Not exactly sure if that person killed the fourth Hokage or if the fourth Hokage died fighting the nine-tail, but it doesn't really matter. In order for the village to survive, both the fourth Hokage and the fourth Hokage's wife had to die in the process. Him trying to stop the nine tail, her trying to seal the nine tail. They both got killed in the process trying to stop this creature, either by the creature himself or by those who were trying to release the creature on the village. And in order to fully stop this creature, it had to be sealed within a living creature besides themselves, because they were both near death. The only living creature that was there was their son, their baby. So it was sealed within Naruto. However, decades later, about a decade later, Naruto doesn't know about this because the third Hokage, which took up the place of the fourth Hokage, never told him about this, and no one in the village told him about it. It was meant to be kept a secret from Naruto. So even though the villagers knew about it, they were told to keep the secret, and no one was told to inform him about it. And if anyone was to tell him about it, that person will be arrested and probably executed for leaking an incredibly top secret information. And yes, it's that serious. If you were to inform and tell this boy that exactly who his parents were and what is exactly inside him, you will be locked away in prison and probably executed as treasonous against the state of the Hidden Leaf, either from those who are part of the Ambu Block Ops or from the third Hokage themselves. They weren't messing around when it comes to keeping the secret of the nine-tailed fox. And what does any of this have to do with why Naruto is so great? It's because the story of Naruto is built up in step and stages more than any anime, more than One Piece, more than Hunter x Hunter, more than Gintama, more than Dragon Ball Z. I believe that, in fact, not I believe, I know for a fact that majority of everything that has to do with Naruto were all done within specific stages to a T. And that's the only reason why, that's one of the only reasons why it's in my top five. Whoever did the story setup, the storyline, the storyboarding, the story beats, the arc, the various different sections of story, the various different transitions of story, did them so perfectly that it doesn't matter what story was coming next after that one, after that one, after that one. They were all related to the bigger picture down the road. So the more you put more frosting on the cake, the more frosting cover up the cake. And eventually the more you put on top of the cake, eventually the entire cake is covered with frosting. That's what the entire journey of Naruto was. It's a thin layer of frosting covering the cake where you could still see the cake itself from the beginning, to the second layer which covers up the cake just a little so you could hardly see any of the cake at all. You only see the brown frosting on the cake, to a thick layer where you can't see any form of the cake or any shape of the cake whatsoever at all, except the frosting itself. That's what I'm talking about. It's like a thick layer of chocolate over the chocolate cake. You got the thin layer, then you got the mid layer, then you got the thick layer. That's what it's about. Naruto's journey was in many phases, 5 to be specific. 5 phases. The kid phase of him not knowing anything, to the phase of him then knowing everything, to the phase of him then confronting those things and excelling over those things, to the phase of him being an adult, or should I say a teenager, and exploring and going even more into the story of those things that he had to confront, to stopping said things from doing what they had to do by sacrificing those who he loved, or have to accept the sacrifice of those who he loved to become more mature and the leader of the clan, to then becoming the leader of the clan through certain deeds that led to him being the leader of the clan, which is takes him all the way back to when he was a kid as Naruto. So it's like almost like a 360-degree going full circle back to the beginning to reveal things from all the way back to the beginning. But it's a 180. It's a journey from him where he was to where he is now. But the story takes a 360 all the way back to his childhood, to his first deeds, his first actions from the first episode, into where he is now as a mature adult, to say there are certain things that needs to be wrapped up. And in order for you to wrap these things up, you cannot do them as a kid. You have to do them as an adult, because you don't have the power to stop the things that were able to initiate, which caused the events of your arc to start to begin with. That's how great Naruto is. It's not about going forward, getting excel, accomplishing, and being someone else. It's about going forward, excel, accomplish something, and being someone else, and then closing up the gaps of all things that were unfulfilled or untouched, that can now be closed. Certain gates that were open when he was a kid can now fully be closed by him as an adult, because they could not have been closed otherwise by him as a kid or a mid kid. They had to be done for him by him when he became old enough to understand how to close those doors and to fully close those doors. So that's the journey of Naruto, and that's the difference between Naruto and other anime. And that's why it's in my top 5. Its sections and its development is far beyond those of many animes. Now, if you were to make the series into a live action, you would have to be able to do this exact same thing. And you can't do it from the point of view of fandom, because that would ruin it. You have to take it from the serious point of shoguns and ninjas. Real shoguns, real ninjas. It have to be something historical, but it also has to be something that's fictitious in a fictitious world. You have to take the real life concepts and ideas of a medieval world, of medieval Japan, and then you have to apply the fiction on top of those things in that world. Remove everything that you would know that's concrete to the world of reality, but you have to keep the seriousness of that type of world in this fictional world. For instance, when people get up and go to their jobs in Japan, medieval times, they get up out of their house, they walk out of their house, they walk down the street using their slippers, or it's not slippers, it wasn't called slippers back then. Walk down the street. Well, there weren't streets, there were more like roads, but walk down the roads, had to walk in the heat or the type of weather, whatever the weather was during that period, went to do their jobs. If they carried a sword next to them, Their job was to make sure they enforce certain things within their community. Every now and again, they will come across doing daily activities more than anything else because that's how life is. Life isn't wake up one day and all of a sudden you're in the heat of actions. You got to solve something. You got to do bounty hunter one day. You have to take down the villain one day. No, the journey of Naruto is only show that he has to excel and showing various different stories in Naruto because that's what the anime is showing you. Like any anime, they're showing you the actions of the deeds of the things that are happening. They're not showing you the mundane stuff of the many common things or the many boring things that these people have to do during their day-to-day work before they actually start doing those important things because that's boring. But in reality, these people are doing general, common, everyday activities while they're slowly going towards these things. And even when they're doing these things, like Naruto getting in contact with Zabuza and everything down the road, those are part of the common part of their job. It only gets to that level of actions because in reality, if you were to confront someone like that, all the extra added stuff, all the fat that's not needed is cut away simply just so you could get to the meat of the stuff. But in a live action version of, let's say, of Naruto, if you were going to make it, you have to add some of that fat because if you just go to just the meat of it, it would feel just like fandom. The part of the fat of actually a real good story is that you have to include the world around you in order for that thing to feel real. Include that fat around the meat in order for that thing to feel real. Otherwise, without it, it'll feel like that thing was simply nothing but muscles and bones. That's not reality. And if you don't like to use meat as an example, you could also use, fruit as an example. Fruit as an example. A good example is a fruit. Um, if you were to cut the skin off the orange, you would just get the mantle skin of the orange and the orange itself. But that's not how orange exists. Orange ball exists with a thick layer of skin over the orange, and everything else come under the orange, and then you get to the orange itself. Oranges aren't born like that. You have to have the fat included. It's just how much of the fat you want to include is the issue. You don't want to bore your audience, but you don't want them to, at the same time, feel distant and say, well, that was quick. It doesn't feel like it was fleshing out whatsoever at all. It doesn't feel real. And that's the essential part of Naruto. Eventually, down the road, the filler sandwich became a problem because they started to add too much fat or useless fat, or they couldn't they didn't have any more meat to give to you anymore because all the meat was eaten, or all the food was eaten, and they were trying to just give you bread, in order to fill up your stomach, because consume became eventually the problem. They didn't know how to thin it out. They didn't know how to spread load their food. They decided to just, cash it in, and they failed to realize the popularity of Naruto extended past years, past a decade, and the people from the manga couldn't keep up, or whatever it is. Eventually, whoever made the manga says, you know what, it's time for Naruto to go away. The popularity is dwindling, blah blah blah, and it's not really because they are not doing their job. It's simply because the people who wanted to do the manga wanted to explore something different with regards to this character, whereas the people who did the anime wanted to continue the anime and milk it for all it's worth. They failed at that. That's how you betray your audience, by trying to get as much more out of the audience as you can, knowing full well that those who are doing the manga say, "No, it's time for it to close." They're not. They weren't thinking on the level of, we don't really care what the people who created the manga were thinking. We're going to see how much of this we could bleed before, it comes to an end, before the audience become completely pissed off and they're checked out. Where more than half of the audience have checked out, then we're going to continue it later on. That was the failure of the anime. So I'm not going to get into that deep. We're going to go straight into the story. No more talking about that. We'll get to that at the end of this video. So Naruto Uzumaki is this character, and the next scene we see after this, we see the example of what I've just said. The kids separate themselves from Naruto because they believe he's the cause of the damage in the town from so many years ago. All the kids are told by their parents to stay away from him. He's been treated like shit his entire life, so he doesn't have friends. So when he's joking around, he calling pranks and doing all this stuff is simply for attention because no one give a damn about him. Moving on from that, he gets to meet this guy who's pretending to be that he gave a damn about him, but this guy doesn't give a damn about Naruto whatsoever. He wants to use the fact that he knows about Naruto to his own advantage because he could get away with committing his own crimes if everyone blames Naruto for it. Things don't go his way. Um, Mizuki, yeah, I think that was his name, Mizuki. Things don't go the way for Mizuki. Mizuki gets his ass kicked by Naruto in the end, but in the process, he decides to try to kill Naruto for it. His Naruto's teacher jumped in the way. Um, boom, boom, boom. The story continues. Naruto eventually stops him after we take a little shortcut going back to the third Hokage, saying that how even though Naruto is brash, headed kid, and it's annoying, he has a sense of honor inside him passed down by a father, and he won't run away from any bad guys or anything like that. Um, he's gonna do what's right in the end. The third Hokage could have sensed this a long time ago. So in the process, Naruto came back when Mizuki thought he was gonna run away, and Naruto was able to harness the power of his nine tails within him in order to use said nine tail powers to create many clones of himself. Eventually, he kicks the ass of Mizuki. Mizuki got knocked down, and in the next episode, Mizuki gets, I believe he's imprisoned for his deeds, and that was that. The next episode goes on to the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, and Konohamaru is a long-term player. We have Naruto, who's the long-term player. We have the third Hokage, who's the long-term player, and but we have Konohamaru, who's a long-term player. But Naruto is a long game player, and Sasuke is a long game player, and Sakura are a long game player. Eventually, there will be more long game players down the road, and the long game is basically end game. When I say long game, it means end game. Those, I guess you could say Konohamaru is a long game player because eventually he shows up in the anime series called Boruto. So yes, Konohamaru is long game player as well. So Konohamaru shows up and he eventually meets Naruto. Naruto says, "Who's this punk kid? This punk kid is annoying. This is the third Hokage's son." Konohamaru says, "You can't kick my ass because I'm the third Hokage's son." Naruto hits him over the head. Says, "I don't give a damn if you're the third Hokage's son. I'll whoop your ass. Don't talk to me like that." For some reason, he started to become fascinated with Naruto because Naruto didn't do what normal kids would do and run away from him and bow to him because he's the son of the leader of the village. So knowing that he's saw Naruto being able to use jutsu, he then follows Naruto and decides to be Naruto's son. Moving on from that, we get to go into a scene, and that scene is um, characters in a room, and each character in the room are part of the school, and they're all going for an examination to be ninjas. So in order to become a ninja, you must pass three examinations. One is your first initiation into being a ninja, which means you have to practice a jutsu, cast a jutsu, and then that'll be the end of the jutsu. The second one is Chunin Exam, which is a representation of doing an activity, same as the first one and same as the last one, but in a different way. One is to execute doing a jutsu. Second one is to execute doing completing a mission, I believe. Yeah, to completing a mission of survival. Third one is to, I guess, hand-to-hand combat. Not exactly sure how the Jonin one goes, but the Chunin was about also about hand-to-hand combat and survival at the same time. So there's several phases to each exam. However, the first one, I believe, is the easiest one because it only requires you in order to um, use your jutsu. Or if I'm confused on this, the application, or to even to attempt to pass your first exam, you must first pass the jutsu capabilities, and creating a jutsu. So Naruto was able to successfully graduate from being a punk kid into finally going after completing each of the exams. And yes, now remember, the first exam was an exam about I believe it's espionage or um, tactical warfare using stealth in order to acquire information. Basically, ciphering information from your enemy without your enemy knowing that you were there. Basically, spy mission. The first objective of the first exam was to spy. Now, during this process, he meets a kid called Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha eventually becomes enemy based on their first meeting, because Sasuke is to Naruto opposite night and day, same as Luffy is to Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard. They're both two sides of the same coin, but one is night and the other one is day. One is a moon and one is a sun. So they never really got along with each other from the beginning because they were both two contradictions to each other. They couldn't see each other's way of doing things, and they were both pissed off that each other were in the room to begin with. Sasuke always believed himself to be more superior than everyone else because he was more superior in every one of his activities than everyone else. But he was always confident and cocky, even when he got his ass kicked by other people who were stronger than him, and believing that why would someone so weak like that being able to defeat me? So his conceited uh, uh, nature with regards to supremacy is eventually what is Sasuke's undoing. Because a person could be superior at something, but other things he cannot be superior at. So eventually he gets to learn this the hard way down the road. Naruto, however, don't believe in that thing. Naruto believe whatever he's inferior at, he has to practice at that thing to become superior at it. So they're very much different from each other. The next character we see is also a long game player, because Sasuke is a long game player, and I was just about to say Itachi, and uh, what was it? I forgot his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. It's not definitely not Hanzo. I can't believe I forgot this dude's name. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna remember it. Doing things based on memory is very important anyway. You have to always remember it, even if you have to dig within your mind to remember it. It's important to remember these things. Um, Moving forward from that, we get to see them practicing against their teacher, and this guy eventually becomes their teacher, and his sole job is to make sure that they pass based on his criteria and his necessary criteria. The third Hokage says this guy rarely passed people because he knows who's ready and who's not ready to get to the next stage of becoming a ninja. So his first deal in order to see if they're ready to become ninjas as part of their first exam. Like I said, there are many phases to each exam. Part of their first exam is to see if they're ready in order to take their first exam first. So this is also part of the first exam, but it's not really considered part of the first exam. He just goes to test many applicants who are going to take their first exam to see if they're ready to take their first exam. And now that I think about it, I remember his name now. His name is Kakashi Hatake. Um, Very hard to forget his name. That's why I kind of remember it for, it took a while for me to remember it, but it takes a while for you to remember every single anime character of every popular anime. Just like that. It's very hard. Moving forward, Kakashi Hatake eventually gets grabbed by Naruto's many clones. Naruto's unable to grab this belt. Kakashi says, "Well, you got to grab the belt in order for you to pass this part of my little test. Otherwise, you can't pass the first exam or do any of the exam, for example." So Naruto thought he had him. Turns out that's not the case. And this is the first introduction to ninja warfare within the Naruto anime. Therein, every time a character starts to think how they're going to attack an enemy, or how they're going to divert from an enemy, or how they're going to commit a strategy in order to accomplish either espionage or spy fair or hand-to-hand combat or even moving troops within a battle line on a field, or even to pretend to be someone by not doing what they typically will do as who they are, but only as what that person is. Um, this is the first time we're seeing this. So this happens within, I believe, the second episode of Naruto. If not the first, the second episode of Naruto, and this is all part of the phase from going from one part of the exam or part of initiation to passing the first exam to doing the first exam. So Sasuke started to, I guess it was Sasuke was the first person that introduced the teaching aspects of ninjutsu within Naruto, or aspects of using ninjutsu, as well as chakra, as well as uh, sealing jutsus, or just jutsus themselves within Naruto. So the first actually educational part of this world, or use of jutsu in this world, came from Sasuke, or ninjutsu came from Sasuke, and also came from Kakashi as well. So both Sasuke and Kakashi, the first learning process came within episode 2. Um, Obviously, you could say it happened episode 1, but that was just about casting one's jutsu to create clones of themselves by chakra. I guess you could say also education from what chakra was also present within the first episode. That anime was trying to tell you of what chakra is, what you can use it for, and what's the purpose of it. So slowly but surely, education was being built up from the very first episode. But it's only in the second episode did you get a sense of chakra, um, and the world of ninjutsu, and what ninjutsu was practiced within the second episode and not in the first episode. So moving on from that, we get to see Sasuke get subdued. We get to see Naruto gets hooked up. We get to see Sakura not being able to do anything. The whole team got obliterated by Kakashi. Obviously, he's a Jonin ninja. It wasn't going to go well regardless. Eventually, Kakashi says, the reason why you guys failed and you're not going to be able to do the exam is because you don't understand what teamwork is. Teamwork is essential towards the survival of any ninja within a combat situation. But more than what's important than teamwork is abandoning your fellow ally in combat to do and accomplish the mission on your own with the remaining that you have. Now, accomplishing the remaining mission that you have with the people you do have is great that you're supposed to do so, but you cannot simply just abandon your fellow ninjas. You must either take them, evacuate with them, or you must bring them along in the mission. If you can't bring them along in the mission because they're damaged, you must leave with that and with your ally, exit the battle, make sure they're safe, return back to combat. If you don't do that, if you don't give a damn about them, they're simply a commodity, then you've failed. You don't have the right to do the job of a ninja. Obviously, in real ninja warfare, this is kind of a contradiction because back in the days, they believe if a person who had a broken leg, they couldn't do the mission anymore, they would just leave them there. However, I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. They may actually have someone to stay back, take that person back to safety, and continue the mission on, which is the most logical choice because if you leave that person there, eventually the enemy will capture them and interrogate them, so on and so forth. So I guess the enemy is trying to tell you, like, never leave an ally behind, and always bring your ally with you into the combat area. If there's no other way to assist them otherwise, or if you're too deep into the mission, you have to bring them with you, or you must go and exit and leave the mission and come back future times. So that's another important education that the anime is trying to tell you, and it will come back later in future Shippuden stories. So moving on from that, Sakura learned that what Kakashi Hatake says is true, gave Naruto her meal in order to share to do teamwork. Naruto eats it. Kakashi shows up and say, "You pass. All three of you pass. Boom, you've learned your lesson. That is good. You now can move on to your very first exam." And then the story of Naruto starts telling the story of the five Kages, and each of them represents different village hidden in different areas around this world. And each of those villages around this world are ruled off by three different nations. Um, And that's all I got to say with regards to that. Moving forward from that, and it's very important because these guys, all three of them, or should I say, all five of them, are part of the long game. Now, each of them are representatives of who our characters will eventually be down the road. Now, I'm not sure if every single one of Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi will eventually be a Hokage or a Kage specifically of a different village types. But I know for a fact Naruto is going to be a Hokage, which is the ruler of the hidden village hidden leaves. But that's something for later on. That's something future when he's old enough to be able to even take that mantle, and that's way past coming towards the end of the Shippuden series anyway. In fact, it's way past the Shippuden, more like um, foreshadowing into things that becomes present within the Boruto manga as well as the Boruto anime. So he didn't even become Hokage in Naruto Shippuden or in Naruto. The deeds of becoming Hokage simply is not limited to age, but it's also not limited to age as well. It also is essential to have experience to be a Hokage. It's simply not just about power, but you have to have a certain type of temperament in order to be a Hokage, which even grown up Naruto doesn't really have. You have to have that experience and that quality and that dedication and willing to lead an entire village by yourself. So even when Naruto was a teenager in Shippuden, he still didn't have that. So moving forward from that, we get to see the crew take on their very first mission after passing the very first part of the exam, and I believe they passed the second one as well. And actually, no, not the second one. They passed the first exam, which was they became um, uh, Genin, and Genin is the first part of the exam. So they did the written exam and they did the physical exam, the one with Kakashi Hatake. So I believe Hibiki, now that I think about it, Hibiki Morina, um, who did the written test, because I didn't show him, um, tested them on Spy. So they did that. And eventually, after doing that, then, now that I remember, then Kakashi Hatake tested them using his tactical warfare and jungle to show that they need to use teamwork in order to proceed to become Chunin, which is the next level above Genin. They passed with flying colors after Sakura shared her meal with Naruto and with Sasuke, and they support each other in combat. Um, and because Kakashi Hatake knows that Naruto has the Nine-Tail in him, he took it upon himself, since this is the team that Naruto is going to be part of, and that Naruto has talent, as well as Sasuke is up to Uchiha, which means he has tremendous amount of talent because he has the Sharingan. Um, that's better than most people in the village. He knew that these group of people, at least mainly Sasuke and Naruto, had powers within them that's far beyond their peers. So Sakura was simply with them simply because that's who she was part. She wanted to partner with Sasuke from the beginning and end up being partnered with Sasuke simply because she's like a Sasuke fan, and they end up putting her with Sasuke as well. So the only reason Sakura is in the team is simply because of her fascination with Sasuke to begin with. In all truth, the anime could have simply placed her with anyone else, but she was essential part of the arc of both Naruto and of Sasuke. So without her part of the group, without Sakura being part of the group, the journey of Naruto would have been very limited and kind of boring in certain ways if someone like Sakura wasn't the medium between that of Sasuke and the medium between that of Sasuke and Naruto. So yeah, she is the type of person to intervene when things starts to get too serious between Sasuke and Naruto. Like if they're trying to kill each other, she's the person that's there to intervene that type of behavior. Um, it's also weird that the fact that Naruto is also has this fascination with Sakura. So it's kind of like both of them trying to go like No, not really. Like more like Naruto is trying to go after Sakura, and Sakura is trying to go after Sasuke. So it's every single part of the relationship between these three characters are one-sided. You know, he likes Sakura. Sakura really doesn't like him. Sakura likes Sasuke, but Sasuke really doesn't like Sakura. So the relationship between these three bandoleros, these three crazy guys, is very one-sided. So moving forward from that, they get to go into their first mission. They found that there were ninjas coming after them. They found out that the mission that they were told to do, which was supposed to be a D rank mission or E rank mission, um, which was just supposed to be a mission about keeping them from bandits, turned out to be a mission where they have to keep the protect the person from ninjas. Turned out to be more than just a D rank mission. Has to be a C rank mission, which is if the mission is A, B, or C, that means ninjas are part of the whole. You have to stop ninjas. If it's D and E, then it's just about stopping like a gangster or stopping bandits. But the moment ninjas are in the mix, then this is bad because Genin cannot fight against ninjas, or they're not supposed to fight against ninjas. It's against the rule because Genin are low level and they don't have the talent and skills in order to fight people who are willing to kill you. And ninjas, when a ninja becomes a ninja, Chunin and above, Chunin, Jonin and above, not Genin, they are giving the authority to kill their opponents or at any cost. So Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura aren't actually at the level of killing their opponents brutally yet. At least that's what Kakashi Hatake thinks. So he decides he's going to check out and he's going to abandon this mission. However, they have no choice but to press forward because um, if this guy gets killed, they lose. And if they lose, then the village hidden the leaves get a bad rep. And if the village in the hidden leaves get a bad rep, the Hokage gets a bad rep. And all the contracts and all the bounties go towards the next village, the next ninja village, where they get to have all the contracts, and the money needed in order to support a village will be going to another ninja group. You could say basically this ninja group is trying to get the upper hand and to take out this guy and kill him so that the bounty that they've been paid for support their village, they get to achieve their task and their objectives, and by doing so, they get bankrolled by this small little dictator or like boss or something, mafia boss, and they get to have all the money go to them. So that doesn't turn out to go to Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto's favor when ninja by the name of Zabuza show up to the party, an elite Jonin, and then Kakashi realizes they're all three of them are going to get killed. So Kakashi goes to save them, and eventually he did save them from near death because they would have all been killed straight up. This guy would have simply obliterated them if he took them if he took it seriously. It doesn't matter what nine-tailed fox is hidden within Naruto, he would have been killed. So what happened is Kakashi decided to teach them higher level forms of jutsu that only Chunin and Jonin know about. Not something Genin would know. So he did that in order to show them if you need to escape and not on ground, or if you need to stay out of the way, you have to know how to climb on trees and walk up trees using your chakra powers. So the first installation of learning chakra was first coming in contact with Zabuza, who's the villain here of this small little arc story of their first mission. Um, Kakashi teaches them how to walk up trees. Kakashi then tell them of the ninjas of the other ninja villages, what their sole purpose are, and why they do, and why they support certain warlords, and that whole thing is dangerous. Sasuke then comes in contact with one of these elite ninjas, Jonin class, almost get killed. In fact, he would have died if it wasn't for Naruto interrupting. Um, and he barely survives. To be honest with you, Sasuke should be dead, but he's not dead. And the only reason he's not dead is due to his Sharingan's powers that's keeping him alive. Otherwise, he would have been dead long time ago if it was an average genin. But he's exceptional for his age, and it's the only reason why he managed to survive that fight. If it wasn't for his Sharingan eyes, Sasuke would have been straight up dead. So by the moment he awakened his Sharingan, um, the fight didn't go in his favor, but the fight allowed him to, like, if you were to throw a knife at someone, uh, it doesn't go directly towards that person; it completely misses that person. That's what Sharingan does. Allows you to get out the way just in time enough for you to survive. Obviously, he would have been dead if he didn't awaken his Sharingan the moment he started to fight with uh, Zabuza's second hand. I forgot her name. It's hard to remember the name of these characters. So, moving on from that, we get to see Zabuza take down the dictator that hired him to do the job because Zabuza's right hand man turns out to be actually, I believe uh, he was a woman, or he was no, 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 yeah, he was a man. Wait, at the beginning, he was playing off to be a woman. Um, don't remember the name. Shizuku, I think the name was Shizuku, but he was a man, and eventually he dies, and Zabuza killed this dictator, and the dictator falls off after being slashed in the throat, and all the parts of the body falls off the cliff. Zabuza in the end died from being having multiple stab wounds by his henchmen in the back. Um, all the henchmen eventually are bitches though, but eventually they were scared. They had to wait till this dude fall to the ground and collapse in order to move closer to him and stab him to death. They knew they were going to be killed by him if they moved closer while he was standing and he was still strong. They had to wait till the guy was vulnerable and weakened by Kakashi in combat. And then they walked up to him, stabbing him back. That's the end of Zabuza. That's the end of this little mini arc with regards to fighting Zabuza. And later on, we get to move on from the first story into the next story. After that mini arc happens with Zabuza and Kakashi and Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura's first mission ever, we'll get to move on to the second exam of Naruto, which is the Chunin Exam. And Chunin Exam is not like the normal exam like the Jonin exam was. Chunin Exam is about hand-to-hand combat. So spy warfare is one thing, survival and combat is another thing, but how you fight in combat using chakra is another thing. If you're not strong enough to fight your opponent, it doesn't matter if you could survive. If the opponent overpowers you due to the use of their chakra and due to the use of their fighting combat skills and the skill level, you're going to get killed. So the tuning exam is simply about those who are the strongest versus those who are just average. So that's the difference between tuning and jonin, simply based on your power level and your power strength. It's kind of like the difference between, a lightweight boxer versus a heavyweight boxer. You know, they skip past the middleweight and go straight into the heavyweight. And the difference between a heavyweight boxer, which is tuning to a legendary boxer, someone who's not just someone who's a heavyweight, but someone who wins fight all the time. It's simply based on training, dedication, years of practice, and simply the will to win every single time. So it's not simply about the capabilities to become stronger in mass and skill and body, and simply be able to excel past your limits. So Jonin is basically like someone, a mixture of a heavyweight boxer and uh, uh, an expert boxer in one, whereas Chunin is just um, the heavyweight boxer itself. Or if to make it even better to describe it, a Genin is basically a welterweight boxer. You could take on someone who's lightweight and welterweight, but you can't take on someone who's heavyweight because they're heavy. Emphasis on the word. And Chunin is someone who could fight someone who's middleweight and could also fight someone who's heavyweight, but they can't fight someone who's a master at a heavyweight, so they'll get destroyed. And Jonin is basically someone who's obviously a heavyweight, but also is a master of their craft. So it's different levels to being master. So if someone goes for the Chunin exam, is they're basically going for the next level to be stronger. It's the difference between having small amounts of chakra and be able to use it at a vast amount to someone who has large amounts of chakra and able to use it by even more of a vast amount. The ability to use chakra to turn it into a knife is different from the ability to use chakra to turn it into a sword. It's a very two thing. You have to be extremely strong to turn something from one thing into another thing. If you can't do it, if you can't make manifest a sword, you could only manifest daggers. That means you still aren't to that level to be able to create weapons that are more powerful than the previous one. So that's the difference between Chunin and Jonin. The difference between Chunin and Genin. So if a Genin was to fight a Chunin, he was probably get his ass kicked majority of the time, or manage to get off a few hits, but wouldn't be able to defeat the Chunin. So that's what the second exam is about: excelling your chakra to a higher level and to excel your skills. The Chunin exam is simply an exam of seeing who are the special cases, the special group, the elite of their their clan, who are capable of becoming Jonin. So that's all the Chunin exam is. Basically, see who are potential Jonins, who will be potential Jonins, and those people who will be potential Jonins, potential protectors of the village, potential elites who will protect the village, must first be selected to be Chunin. So when people select someone to take the Chunin exam and to become Chunin, they're basically saying this person will eventually be one of the leaders of the group, or of the clan itself down the road. So basically the Chunin exam simply is there as initiation for you, for someone, or for the village to say, you now have the capability to lead this village in the future when you're old enough. But if you cannot get to the Chunin exam, you will never be able to lead this village, simply because you cannot become a Chunin. You must become a Chunin if you even have any hopes of being able to be a leader of this village. All people who've led this village and are in charge of protecting the village had to have passed their Chunin exam. Period. You cannot lead this village. You cannot protect this village. You cannot be in defense of the village if you have not been able to pass your Chunin exam. So the Chunin exam is even more important than the Jonin exam, because it's the selection rate to decide whether you're able in the future to be able to lead the clan in the future when you're old enough to be able to take the Jonin. So moving on from that, Hibiki Marina then oh yeah, there it is. Now I completely forgot. Marina's test wasn't part of the Genin. I'm completely forgetting. These things are all backwards. Marina's test was part of the Chunin exam, the first phase of the Chunin exam. So I had it all backwards. Um, Ibiki's Marina's test was part of the Chunin exam, which was to steal your opponent's um, items, your opponent's products, and once you steal information from your opponent and you're able to pass his written exam, it's simply basically you cheat in order to siphon that information. You can proceed to the next section. So everybody cheated, everybody passed. Naruto passed simply because he wasn't smart enough to know how to take the test right, so he cheated because he realized he couldn't figure out the actual answers on the exam. Turns out to be that Naruto was completely right in doing what he was supposed to do simply by accident. He had no idea he was supposed to cheat, which is kind of amusing. The next thing we see is what was her name? No, this isn't Anko. This is the woman that married that other guy. I forgot her name. Moving on from that, we get to see Gara. I'll remember her name soon along. Uh, uh, my mind is going to access this person's name based on her facial features and based on episode. Eventually, I'll dig into my mind and then pull out the information from whatever boxes in my head to who she is. It will come to me. Moving on from that, we see Gara, who's another long. See, that's why I don't remember who she is. She's not a long game player. She's just a long game player. The long game player are the ones I remember. I remember Hibiki Morena because he's part of the long game player. He's still in the game. I believe she retired and she got out the game. She shows up in Boruto every now and again, but she got out of the game. Um, or I shouldn't even call it game. It's more like survival, protection of the village. I believe she's protecting the village in her own way, but I don't believe that she's in charge of doing any type of activity. She's retired from being a ninja. Don't remember her name. I could say she's a long game player simply because she showed up, but she's not actually doing anything as a ninja anymore. That's why I'm just considering her to be a long game player, not an end game player. So moving on from that, we see Gara, who's a long game player and essential to the Naruto's storyline and to Shippuden's storyline. He plays an essential part in the Shippuden story, and he also plays an essential part in Naruto, and he also plays an essential part in Boruto. We could basically say this is one of the main brotherhood of that is what is Naruto. Naruto is a brotherhood just like Hunter x Hunter is a brotherhood, just like One Piece is a brotherhood. And we see another person added to this brotherhood. We got Sasuke, we got Sakura, we got Naruto. We now have um what's his name? Neji, and we have the access, hard to access. Well, we have Neji, we have the other part of the team. We have Konohamaru. We have well, Konohamaru is too young to be part of the team, but Gara and others moving forward are become part of the whole crew that is Naruto. So he's an essential part of the crew, part of the gang, part of the brotherhood, part of the sisterhood, the whole thing, the family that is Naruto. He's an essential component to the family, and he originally starts off as a bad guy, an enemy of the village hidden in the leaves. He is from the village hidden in the sand. And the first introduction to him is the introduction of a villain, as someone who's a killer, a murderer. And turns out later down the road, he stops killing and he stopped murdering people. Eventually became a friend of Naruto. I'll get into that later. We're now introduced to Uncle, who's essential towards Naruto, the story of Naruto, and towards Boruto. Not so much towards Shippuden, but towards Naruto and to Boruto. They did her dirty in Boruto, but I'm not going to get into that doing her dirty. And just for a factual thing, eating a lot of sweets and eating a lot of cake and stuff, that does get you fat, but also depends on your metabolism. So basically, the anime in Boruto is saying that how she doesn't have that metabolism to keep herself slim. That's why that existed. Didn't know why she ate candy to begin with if she didn't have that type of metabolism. It will be it's a kind of a contradiction if you think about it. She always into eating sweets and stuff. She should have known as a ninja this would eventually make her heavy as a ninja. Apparently in Naruto you also have stupid people. And Anko seemed to be someone who's very smart, but eventually when it came to her health she wasn't that smart to begin with. Um, Moving on from that, we get to see other ninjas during the Chunin exam or to become a Chunin, testing them in the forest to become Chunin. We see other ninjas from other ninja school because the Chunin exam is about ninja schools fighting against ninja schools. In order to acquire the scroll from one opponent to the next, we get to meet people who are attacking Sasuke. Sasuke took him out. People attacking Naruto. Naruto took him out. People were attacking Sakura. Sakura took him out. Or assistance with other people to assist Sakura to knock them out. And then we get to see another interesting character within the Naruto story to become Chunin. And this person is called, if I'm not mistaken, Orochimaru. And Orochimaru is an enemy to the village itself. And why he's an enemy to the village itself? Because he abandoned the village a long time ago, taking certain forbidden secrets with him, which he wasn't supposed to do, and trying to kill the third Hokage in the process, which he also wasn't trying to do. So he's an enemy of the state, of the state, so to speak. And they've been trying to capture him for probably as long as probably more than 5 years. I think in fact, probably more than 10 years, probably longer than the actions of the Nine-Tailed Fox, or maybe around the same period for the actions of the Nine-Tailed Fox, maybe 8, 7. It doesn't matter. It's been more than 5 years for which they've been trying to capture this guy. So he's the villain of Naruto at the moment. He's the long term villain of Naruto. He's not the villain of Shippuden, but he's the villain of Naruto. His sole purpose in Naruto is to destroy the village hidden in the leaves and to take over as its new dictator, so to speak, or its new ruler, so to speak. That doesn't go his way because he has to get through people like Naruto. Naruto gets consumed by some giant snake. Eventually, Naruto manifests himself into multiple versions of himself using his chakra to duplicate himself into like to a vast amount, like he did before with Kizaru, or was that his name? Kizaru? Don't remember. Don't care. Moving forward, um, they all exploded out of snake. Naruto said, "I can't die by that. You'll have to try harder moving forward." And that we get to see Sasuke take on Orochimaru, not knowing that this person is Orochimaru. Should be emphasized that neither Sasuke, Sakura, or Naruto know that this person is Orochimaru, and they don't know that how deadly this person is. This person is not normal. This person has practiced forbidden jutsu, which allowed him to be like a walking zombie, or to use things that are dark powers. You could basically consider Orochimaru to be a warlock, um, like a wizard, but a dark warlock or something. If you're going to consider D&D logic, this person would be considered like a warlock type, someone who use things that they are not supposed to, align themselves with dark forces that they're not supposed to. That's who this guy is. He's evil to the core. But as we see, as we go into Boruto, he wasn't truly evil to the core. Although some people still say that they don't trust Orochimaru at all. Out of every character in the Naruto universe or the Boruto universe, that this guy is, the Cobra Commander of, the GI Joes. Eventually, he will drop the shoe. You know, the other shoe will drop, and he will go back to his evil ways. Um, I always said this, like, I don't think so. I think they're done with this guy. I think he's history. I believe it's over for him. Why dwell on someone like this anymore? The future of Boruto has to go to different corners of the world. There's no need for to mess with him. But if I'm wrong, if they ever go back to Orochimaru being evil, it would have to be something of a shocker to the level that goes all the way back to Naruto here. In other words, this guy is thinking multiple chess pieces forward, while everyone was thinking a couple of chess pieces forward, like 4 or 5 chess pieces forward. This guy was thinking 10 chess pieces forward. So he's not just a long game player. I believe he might be associated with the end game player. Um, the end game not of just Naruto, but also the end game of Boruto. So he's gone beyond long game and gone into Boruto itself. I don't believe he is a villain, but if I'm wrong, if he ever becomes a villain, it's simply because he was always evil from the very beginning. He had no intentions of being good. But I believe that's not the case. I believe eventually he's not evil anymore. He doesn't give a damn about that stuff anymore. But who knows? I'm not the person who create this manga or create the anime, so maybe someone like him can never really change. Maybe he's the Magneto type. As much as we think he changed, there are certain things about him that will always be broken, that will never change. So moving on from that, we get to see the villain Orochimaru of Naruto does something to Sasuke, damaging his neck and infusing him with dark chakra and mystical chakra, which allows Orochimaru to tag Sasuke or brand him as part of his whole existence, including some of his personal own DNA inside of Sasuke as well, maybe that's what was going on when he originally did it. It wasn't simply a brand, but it's part of his own DNA attached into Sasuke as well, so he could survive if he ever died. Moving on from that, we get to see Anko meet her former master, which was Orochimaru. Orochimaru eventually say, "Nice to see you again, Anko." Anko takes him out. Eventually, we discover that Orochimaru isn't dead; he's very much alive. And this guy Kabuto shows up to the party, who was part of a different faction, a different ninja trying to get his scroll. He already told him he already got all his scrolls. He's passed this part of the exam. Sasuke said, "Well, I'm going to take one of your stuff. No hard feelings, but this is life or death situation." Um, Kabuto basically say, "You don't have to do that. I know a place where you can go and get your the badge from me or the scroll from me." They all head out with Kabuto. They got it from one of the enemies. They all passed as part of the Chunin Exam. Get to see that the Orochimaru is very much alive and that he's in the form of someone else's body, this time another guy. However, his eyes are still the same. It fascinates me to this very day that people can't tell that this guy, even though his face is different from the last person who was in the mission to grab a scroll, has the same eyes as that person who was in the mission to grab that scroll. That even the Jonin and even the third Hokage can't tell that this guy is somewhat linked to that person. Um, I'm assuming they don't know that. What's weird is like I don't know how to say this. Like it's strange because the third Hokage knows who Orochimaru is. It never occurs for him to turn around and see that this guy has the same eyes as Orochimaru. That always bothered me. Like the third Hokage never knew that this guy was have the same eyes as Orochimaru. And so that was the first ever, like I would say, drop off from me watching the series. Like certain things to me came across as stupid, and I couldn't get it. So moving on from that, since I won't dive too deep into stuff, the guy says, "Kabuto, what are you doing?" Kabuto decides to quit the tuning exam and say, "I'm out of here." You guys ask him, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I have missions to accomplish with regards to Orochimaru. I don't have time for you, but if you want to take leadership position, you can go ahead. But I'm following through on the mission." Third Hokage say, "What is this guy playing at?" This is like the third or fourth time he's opt out of completing the tuning exam. He let certain amount of his own people investigate who Kabuto is some more. I'm pretty sure he's doing that on the download. It didn't show it in the anime. Um, Next part of the tuning exam happened with regards to hand-to-hand combat. We see many people fight. We get to meet Rock Lee. We get to meet Neji. We get to meet Tenten. And these are part of a group that's part of a guy. His name is Guy Sensei. And they're another group of people who join Naruto's crew. And they're long game players. They're part of the Brotherhood. That said, these three part of the Brotherhood are also part of the reason why people checked out of Naruto. They're like, fuck Naruto. They're like, why is it always about Naruto and Sasuke? You have this compelling amount of characters, vast amount of characters that you could emphasize the story of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden on, but you decide to focus only on Naruto and Sasuke all the time. The story doesn't even focus on Sakura sometimes. It's always about Naruto and it's always about Sasuke. And that's why Naruto has become kind of a turn-off thing with regards to many fans. But at the same time, you cannot deny Naruto is great. So in this scene, we see Rock Lee taking out Gara, but at the same time, he didn't really take out Gara. He got his I think he got his arms ripped off or dislocated due to Gara's personal power, which is the use of sand. And we get to discover later on that Gara is not exactly normal either. He's very much like um, Naruto. He has something hidden inside of him. But it's during this match you get to see another transitional point of Naruto becoming the story of Naruto becoming greater than it is, because it is for these third characters, secondary and third level characters, that makes Naruto what Naruto is. That makes the fandom of Naruto great. That makes the journey of Naruto great. If it wasn't for Rock Lee's little journey here to become the greatest of all time and knowing that how he could never be the greatest of all time, but his journey in trying to be the greatest of all time, knowing that he can only use one type of jutsu where other people could use the various different type of jutsu, is you feel something for him. You feel something for this underdog. And you're connected towards the story of Naruto more than you do towards the main character itself, the protagonist itself. You're more connected to the secondary characters or the secondary protagonists and or the third level characters because they breathe life into the world of Naruto. So why abandon all these people just to focus on Naruto and Sasuke? That's something I never really liked with regards to the Shippuden arc or the Shippuden stories. Moving forward, we get to see a guy named Juriya, and he is part of a group called the Three Sannins. And we find out that one of the three Sannins or turned out to be Orochimaru, and the other Sannin was a woman called Tsunade. So Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were part of the three Sannin. And these three Sannins were legendary fighters. It's kind of like meeting a legendary fighter in D&D. Not just a guy who's carrying a legendary weapon or rocking legendary armor, but this person is also a legendary fighter. So this person is able to take down dragons by themselves, something like that to that level. So these guys could easily be Hokage level or any type of Hokage level. If someone summoned one of the three great legends of the third ninja war, because the third ninja war happened like more about a half a century ago or something like that, before the Nine Tails invaded the village. It happened way before the Nine Tails invaded the village, the Great Ninja War, the third ninja war. These guys could have easily been the ruler of the village, any one of the three. Of course, Orochimaru abandoned those things because he practiced forbidden jutsu, so he was never a runner-up for being the leader of the village hidden in the leaves. It was always Jiraiya and it was always Tsunade. So any one of these legendary fighters could have easily have been the next Kage. Turns out during this match, certain characters on the good guy side get taken down by characters on the bad guy side in different schools. So not everyone within Naruto survive, or should I say not everyone in Naruto passed the Chunin Exam of the people who are going to be long-term players. Because it'd be too easy if everyone in the Hidden Leaf passed the Chunin Exam and were able to push forward. So that said, moving forward even more into the story, we got to see Jiraiya meet Naruto. He throws Naruto off the cliff. Naruto falls off a cliff in order to awaken Naruto's hidden powers of using the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto, while falling, access some of those Nine Tails chakra and use it to summon a gigantic toad. This gigantic toad is a toad that serves Jiraiya, and it was one of the toad that he used during his combats in the Third Great Ninja War. That said, moving on forward even more, we get to see the Brotherhood showing here. Neji, Naruto, what was his name again? The one with the glasses. Neji, Naruto, Iruki. No, that was his name. It doesn't really matter. Moving on from that, we get to see more information with regards to Gara. Moving on from that, we get to see Gara coming down the stairs, and Naruto and Neji. Well, I keep calling him Neji. He's not Neji. What was his name? In Boruto, his son has his name similar to him. Damn. It's hard to remember every character in every anime, so I'm not even going to try. Moving on from that, we get to go into the next section, and it's through this use of these feathers that everyone goes to sleep. This is the jutsu. Everyone's put to sleep. It turns out that the Kage of the Sand was going to invade the village hidden in the leaves, and it turns out that the Kage of the Sand is Orochimaru. But he's not really. He's disguising as the Kage of the Sand, and the invasion of the village hidden in the leaves is underway. Sand ninja appear from the borders Sand ninjas appear from hiding out, pretending to be workers within the village. It's a full-scale invasion, and during the full-scale invasion of the village, Ambu Black Ops are sent in to subdue the enemy, as well as Jonin, as well as the third Hokage gets into a hand-to-hand combat with Orochimaru. And it's during this time that we see Gara fights Naruto and fights Sasuke and fights Sakura all at the same time. Eventually Sakura gets her ass kicked, eventually Sasuke gets his ass kicked, and eventually Naruto gets his ass kicked. But Naruto managed to damage Gara to the point that Gara had to use a part of his hidden power within his body to transform his body as well as his exterior body into this creature. Eventually, Sasuke starts freaking out because he realized that this guy isn't completely human, that he's half demon or something like that. And then it turns out that he's not half demon, he's carrying the same type of power Naruto has inside of him, one of the tail beast power. So he's carrying one of the tail beast power within him. There are 9-tailed beasts. Naruto has the 9-tailed beast. This is, I believe, is the 8-tailed beast or the 7-tailed beast. And they both kick each other's ass. Naruto kicks his ass. Gara kicks Naruto's ass. And they both crash to the ground. During this process, Kabuto shows up into the village pretending to be an Ambu. Kakashi says, you can't fool me, I know who you are. I was always curious about why you were always taking the Chunin exam. Now I know the reason why. You were never really one of us within the village. You were just pretending for years on end to be a person within the village, but I kind of had my suspicions about you from the jump. Now I know, which kind of says Kakashi's kind of bad at his job because it takes the invasion of his village to finally say that, yeah, I'll kind of figure it was you. It's like, yeah, certain things don't work in Naruto, to be honest with you, certain things do. Or maybe I'm completely off with regards to that, but I always found that to be weird that Kakashi kind of figured out Kabuto was, hiding behind the mask. Like, why couldn't you figure that he was working with the village hidden in the sand the whole time, or with Orochimaru? Maybe Kakashi was off doing various different missions, and he wasn't in the village at the time. I can only assume that's the reason why. Moving on from that, we then go to Naruto on the ground, crashed onto the ground. Sasuke was able to get back up, recover from damage against Gara. Gara eventually gives up fighting Naruto, realizing that he and Naruto see things very differently, and that he could only admit defeat if he realized Naruto is not really trying to kill him, that they're very much the same. Once Gara realized Naruto and him are very much the same, they both have tail beasts, and they're basically been abandoned in certain ways. He gives up, and then eventually we get into the fight with the third Hokage and with Orochimaru. Orochimaru takes on the form of this evil-looking, laughing woman. Third Hokage says, "You have abandoned every hope I possibly had for you when I was your master. You practice forbidden jutsu where you're trying to kill off and destroy everyone in the village or conquer the village. It's like it's time for you to come to your end. Such wickedry and devilry cannot allow to exist." He goes for the killing blow. Turns out, in order to kill off someone as powerful as Orochimaru, who is one of the 3 Sannins, is basically it's kind of like a Kage fighting another Kage. Because Orochimaru is strong enough to become a Kage, but he still has many things to learn. Eventually, he knows of this thing called the Reaper Death Seal, but he was never able to do it. So he knows about it, but he was never able to do it. So I believe even though he practiced foreign jutsu, he was never able to attain Reaper Death Seal, or maybe he did attain it, but he never had the chance to use it. So when the third Hokage decided to use Reaper Death Seal, Orochimaru became extremely fearful because he knows what the Reaper Death Seal does. It basically exchanges one person's soul, and in exchange for one person's soul, it casts the grant the wish of death onto the opponent, for which the soul of the person in exchange for that wish has to be terminated. So in order for the Reaper Death Seal to terminate Orochimaru, his life must be voided. in order to remove the soul of your opponent, your soul must also be consumed in the process. It's a double-sided sword, so to speak. You use the sword against your enemy, eventually the other side will hurt you in the process. So third Hokage grabs on to Orochimaru, starts to pull out his sword using a Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru tries to stall it by using uh, third Hokage's own powers against him. Eventually, third Hokage died from getting stabbed in the back. Orochimaru does not go inside of the Reaper Death Seal. However, part of his arms were removed from the process of being able to ever use Jutsu again. Since third Hokage could not kill him, he did the most he could do, that removing his powers of being able to use Jutsu. Moving on from that, we get to see two other characters show up to the party. These are two elders of the village. The two elders of the village say, well, the third Hokage is now dead from fighting Orochimaru, um, sealing his arms away, sealing his Orochimaru's powers away. In the process, using the Reaper Death Seal come with a cost. We need someone to replace him in the village. They would go to Juriya. Juriya says, even though I'm one of the three Sannin, I can't. I'm not a person that leads village. She's going to be able to lead the village better than you. And she means I know who this person is, but I want to take Naruto with me because I need to train him up to become strong. He takes Naruto with him, and in the process for him training Naruto and finding Tsunade, who's going to eventually lead the village hidden in the leaves, two characters show up to the party, and this is the trend. This is the second transitional period of Naruto into the next transitional period of Naruto. First transitional period was the exams, and then the invasion of the sand and the village of the sound. So you could say uh, Naruto and Sasuke growing up to becoming mature during those exams and during invasion. That part of that arc is over, and the next part of the arc with regards to Naruto starts again with the appearance of the Akatsuki. And the Akatsuki are represented by people who wear black clothing, long black clothing with red clouds in them to signify death clouds, or red flowers. If it's not death clouds, it's red flowers. I believe it's red flowers because one of the characters' ability is flowers. So it's clouds. I believe it's clouds. Red clouds with white linings around them, and they all walk in and they all wear this outfit. And it's not just that as well. It's not just wearing the black. Your fingers also have to be black. That's part of the whole thing. I never understand the reason why they have to blacken their fingers to be part of the whole Akatsuki thing, but it's part of being part of their clan thing. Once you wear the black robe, your fingers also become black. It's an initiation type of thing. It's very strange, but who knows? It's just what it is. What it is. Moving forward from that, we get to meet two of um, the Jonin from the Leaf Village, and they get to meet the Akatsuki head on. They get into a combat, and during this process, they both get their ass kicked. Kakashi shows up to the party. Kakashi stops them, but they manage to disappear and reappear in the location where Naruto is. They found Naruto. It turns out that they were after Naruto the whole time, not after Sasuke. Kakashi thought and Guy thought that they were after Sasuke because one of these characters turns out to be the brother to Sasuke. So once Kakashi realized, um, as well as Jiraiya realized, that they really aren't after Sasuke because they show up to Naruto's place, they now know that the Akatsuki, who are enemies of various nations around the world, because the Akatsuki really don't give a damn about the village hidden in the leaves at all. They are only interested in their own personal goal. You could basically consider them their own personal mercenary army. They're like a mercenary army, but they want to be more than like a mercenary army or mercenary ninjas. They want to be their own nation, but not in the sense of creating their own hidden village. They want to be a nation that people come to in order to access power, in order to use said power against other people. They want to be the judge, jury, and executioner for every other hidden village. In other words, their nation is supposed to be a nation that holds all the cards and holds all the bombs that's going to be distributed to everyone who needs it. So you could basically say that the nation that they want to create is a nation of pure evil or pure dictatorship. If I wouldn't say pure evil, more of a nation of I hold all the cards and I get to say who goes and who comes. That type of nation, and it's not going to turn out well for them. So moving on from that, we get to see Jiraiya train up Naruto some more. Naruto says, "What's all this?" It's like this. If you could control the chakra within this ball of water, you could be able to control your chakra in order to create something called the Rasengan. Rasengan. He said, "What is that?" Say, you will learn of it later on. Keep doing your training, blah, blah, blah. He goes back to Juriya. Juriya goes back to Tsunade, asks Tsunade to be village leader. Tsunade said deny and says she can, due to who she is, how she's scared of blood, due to the loss of someone personal to her. She cannot lead anyone. Naruto says, kiss my ass. Be like, everyone died because the third Hokage died because of that. You get off your ass and you come lead our village, or you stay here and you be a drunk and woe in your problems. Sannin says, but like, who do you think you are? You're just a punk little runt kid. Naruto says, I'm gonna kick your ass. Be like, third Hokage says, well, you're a big mouthed little punk. You're like, you have some nerve to talk to someone who's a legendary fighter. And Naruto, being Naruto, says, I don't care if you're a legendary soap on a rope or something like that. Like, you know, you don't get to talk bad about the third Hokage. Of course, Jiraiya is there at the same time, humoring Naruto's brash behavior. And the Sannin says, well, you come out here and we have a fight one-on-one. Of course, Tsunade whoops his ass with just one finger to show how powerful Sannin is. Just one finger was able to knock out Naruto, or at least knock him to the ground. So Jiraiya decides to take Naruto, train him up how to use Rasengan. Eventually, Naruto learns to use Rasengan to the fact that he's able to use it against his opponent. Obito shows up to the party. Obito says, you're not going to get into way Orochi getting what he wants. He goes off to try to capture Tsunade or subdue Tsunade. Naruto says, you're not so fast. I've learned the Rasengan. Use the Rasengan against Kabuto. Kabuto falls to the ground, gets knocked out. But Naruto used up a lot of his personal internal energy in order to create this Rasengan that finally works against Kabuto, knocks him out, and Naruto pass out in the process. Tsunade, seeing Naruto's down for the count and is about to get killed by Kabuto, decides to say, I'll take care of Kabuto for you. You just rest up here. Kabuto retreat, knowing that he can't take a Sannin on, as well as Orochimaru retreat because he knows he can't take a Sannin on as well. So Shikamaru, that was his name. That's his name, Shikamaru. Shikamaru and his father have this conversation with regards to him being able to overcome his lazy behavior and not wanting to do anything, because Shikamaru is known in the Naruto saga as the guy that doesn't want to get involved or do anything. He just wants to chill. I don't want to be responsible for anything and anyone. I just want to chill. Even though Shikamaru is the smartest person in the village. So yeah. So Shikamaru basically says to Shikaku, like his father, listen, this is all a drag. That's his main word, drag. Why am I responsible for this? It's like, we need someone who's able to lead this village. I know it's a drag. You take that from me. Sometimes I wish I did pass it on to you. It's like, well, that's also a drag too, but that's not my problem. But eventually, Shikamaru will become a great leader of the village. And to be honest with you, I sometimes think that Shikamaru should have been the Hokage of the village, but turns out it takes more than just brains and being the smartest person in the village to lead the village. You have to have something more than just intelligence to lead the village, or strats and intelligence to lead the village. A certain amount of power is required for you to be able to stop all your opponents. And as great and powerful as Shikamaru is, By himself, he wouldn't have that power to stop all his opponents. He would have to have a level equal to that of a Super Saiyan in order to protect the village hidden in the leaves. That's something that only Naruto is able to do due to his nine-tail powers. So moving on from that, um, Tsunade finally meets up Rock Lee and realizes Rock Lee, due to his damage fighting against Gara, Rock Lee's never going to be able to do ninjutsu again. Also, the story emphasized into the deep texture that is Naruto and how good Naruto is back in the days and how powerful Naruto was back in the days. The story of Rock Lee and all the other secondary characters was very important to the existence of this anime. So now they then decides to become the Hokage of the village after learning that she can't run away from her problems anymore. Accepting this, um, she took up the seat of Hokage, and Sasuke being damaged during the fight against Kabuto and against Orochimaru is in a hospital, realizing to himself that he's weak. Well, not really against Kabuto or Orochimaru, against his brother. Because when his brother showed up, I believe his brother co-clocked him, broke his arm, and probably did far worse. Probably would have killed him if he had the opportunity to. And I don't know. If you know anything about Sasuke's brother, you know he probably wasn't going to kill him at all. But breaking his arm is kind of a way to fool those who he was allied with to think that he was going to kill his brother. But we all know um, Itachi, which is his name, was never going to kill Sasuke. It was just a front to hide who he truly was. Um, so Sasuke, being upset about it, gets up, said, "You know what? I'm sick of this inferior nonsense. Why are you the person that was able to take down Gara and able to get up before I was?" He has this thing about wanting to become stronger than anyone, and he's starting to think that why is someone like Naruto still able to beat him at certain things or get to certain enemies before he is. So he kind of gets upset at that, and he finally wants to remove that type of weakness from his existence. And why would his brother Itachi be fascinated with Naruto? That pisses him off to no end because he doesn't know why his brother is interested in Naruto. All he knows that he needs to get revenge against his brother. But because now that his brother's interested in Naruto, that pisses him off to no end, as well as his other weaknesses as well. So that's the tipping point to Sasuke, which is another pivotal point in the story. And so now we get to a section in the story where we get our first fight between Naruto and Sasuke. And they both start to beat on each other, more like Sasuke started to beat on Naruto. And eventually Sakura tries to run into break up the party. Doesn't really work. They still go at it. Naruto did his old duplication, multiplication, copy thing, copy ninjutsu. Kick starts to kick start to kick Sasuke's ass. Eventually, Sasuke decides to do his Chidori, which was taught to him by Kakashi. And Kakashi basically said, "Why are you using the Chidori I taught to you against Naruto?" Um, he tells Sasuke, "Do you really need to take a step back, and you really need to take control of this superiority you have over everyone else? That everyone's beneath you. You really need to take control of that. Otherwise, it's going to be the death of you one day." Uh, Sakura walks away. Eventually, she's consoled by Kakashi. Um, Naruto gives up on Sasuke, but he doesn't really give up on Sasuke. He's just pissed off that Sasuke is pissed off about his own weakness, and that he doesn't Sasuke doesn't see him on the same level that Naruto sees him on the same level. So what happened is Sasuke leaves the village, and Naruto says to Sakura, "Don't worry, Sakura. As pig-headed as Sasuke is, I'm gonna get Sasuke back." So Sasuke goes off with Orochimaru, with Orochimaru's people, to make himself stronger, to get strong enough to fight his brother. In the process, uh, Shikamaru with Naruto, with Neji, and with the others, as well as Akumatsu. Um, I forgot his name. Akumatsu is the name of the dog. I forgot that guy's name as well. They all head out, and eventually they meet up with the people who joined. Well, should I say, Sasuke allowed them to kidnap him in order to go to Orochimaru. So they are going to try to stop Naruto and their people. Eventually, they can't stop Naruto and the rest of the Naruto support. Turns out they get their ass kicked. Eventually, the leader of these people showed up to the party, but he gets his ass kicked once Gara shows up to the party, as well as back up towards Rock Lee. So this is where I believe Gara apologized to Rock Lee in his own way, and they both take on the leader. The leader gets killed by sacrificing himself, seppuku style, but in order to take down both Gara and Rock Lee, he had to use all the chakra in his body to create these huge bone spikes that come out the ground, assuming that they would be skewered. They did not, because he did not estimate that Gara's sand ability could float in the air. Not many people did when they first read the manga. It's assumed that Gara can manipulate sand, but apparently Gara can manipulate sand more than just to use it. He could use it for anything. He could use it to make it float. He could use it to make it move like water in sea. He could turn it into hard iron. He could use the sand to do anything. So underestimated Gara was the death of this person. Moving forward from that, we get to see the final and epic scene between Naruto and Sasuke come to a close. And this is where Naruto and Naruto Shippuden transition out. So there have been several transitions from the beginning. We get to see Naruto growing up. We get to learn of Naruto's past. That's part of his growing up. We get to see the exam section. We get to see, after the exam section is over, we get to see a transition from the exam section into simply trying to survive against the invasion of the Akatsuki, and training with Juriya to become strong enough to fight against opponents like the Akatsuki and Orochimaru, which was the next transition point. And then after the defeat of Orochimaru and the death of the third Hokage, we go into the last transition point, which is the transition of Sasuke and Naruto fighting each other on top of the heads of the Hokages. And now this is the first foreshadowing of the future of Naruto Shippuden story. Now, there was always foreshadowing with regards to Naruto from the beginning, with regards to who Sasuke might be and who Naruto might be. But this was the first obvious foreshadow. Like, it was obvious, and it was like an obvious foreshadowing. The reason why Naruto is standing on top of the senju of the village, hidden in the leaves, and on top of Madara, who is the leader of the Sharingan people, um, also part of the village hidden in the leaves. The two leaders who created the village hidden in the leaves. Um, yeah, this battle was, I say, the major transitional point between not just Naruto but Naruto Shippuden, but the events that happened later on in Naruto Shippuden that eventually transitioned onto Boruto. So this is very, very, very important, because this is not just long game player stuff. This is long end game player stuff. Um, the stories of Madara and the stories of the Senju. What was his name again? Um, Minamoto? No. Um, Senju. Hashirama. That was his name. Hashirama, between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Their epic fight, which happened way before the village was even, or should I say, way before the invasion of the Nine-Tailed Fox even happened. Their epic fight happened at this location. Before the statues were even created, it was around where this waterfall was created, or where this water or the stream of water existed before it became a waterfall area. Eventually, I'm not sure if it was always a waterfall here, and they fought here by this waterfall, but eventually this waterfall developed after the fighting between both of them and became a waterfall due to the impact of their powers. So, regardless of what that is, moving forward from here, both of them fight each other. Um, Sasuke standing on top of the head of Madara, leader of the Uchiha people, and Naruto standing on top of the head of Hashirama, leader of the Senju people, and essential towards future stories and towards Kagura and towards Madara's story and towards Boruto's story. Um, these were the people who created um, the Hidden Leaf Village, but these were the people who also created a lot of stories that were existed outside of the village before the village was even created. The stories of their existence within many different nations before the village was even created. The events of their deeds and what they did when they were younger before the village was even created. So this goes back to when they were young, and this goes back to their bloodline before they were even born as well, passed down from generation to generation. The reason why they've always been in conflict with each other is because the originator of both their bloodlines, the very first of their bloodlines, the first two brothers um, that they both came from, both Hashirama and both Madara came from a one bloodline and eventually split into various different people and various different groups of people and had their separate families, so on and so forth, that they became so distant from each other that through various different centuries that passed down the road, they became opposite people of opposite clans, but they originally came from the same similar bloodline, an ancient bloodline, thousands upon thousands of years ago. So they both came from one bloodline, the bloodline of the very first person to ever use chakra in existence. You could say this person was the inventor of chakra and the inventor of using chakra in combat. The first person to ever use chakra in combat. That turns out not to be the case. This person just turns out to be the first person to use chakra to create life while in combat. First person to ever use chakra in combat was a person called Kagura, who wasn't human to begin with and wasn't even from planet Earth. So the story of this legacy of chakra, of the legacy of Hashirama, of the legacy of Madara, goes on far beyond the planet Earth. You could say that chakra is something that wasn't even, present on this planet. That with the use of earth energy and whatever it is that originated from space or from those creatures formed to create something called chakra. That chakra is only known based on nature energy from earth and whatever it is that the energy that was from space or from these aliens. So chakra is never 100% earthbound, or should I say the nature of a chakra was never 100% earthbound due to the nature of these creatures. They initiated the existence of chakra to exist. Thus, every human being in Neanderthal times came to be able to use it, and then eventually through Ice Age times and passed down from generation to generation to Egyptian times, so on and so forth. So the existence of chakra is something that's been around for long, but the originators of the chakra, the bloodline of chakra, passed down from the queen, known as Kagura, to her son, um, Hagoromo, to her two sons, Hagoromo and Homori, or something like that, and passed down to those two sons, and eventually one of those two sons became the Sage of the Sixth Path. And the Sage of the Sixth Path was the person that taught chakra to everyone else, and from him, and only through him, was chakra learned through generations upon generations, eventually passed down to the Senju, eventually passed down to the Uchiha, eventually passed down to all the different villages, hidden villages, and this and stuff. So when people know how to use ninjutsu, it all came from the Sage of the Sixth Path. It eventually came from Kagura, who was the son of the Sage of the Sixth Path, who eventually came from her, who eventually came from aliens. So that's big game territory. That's end game territory. That goes way beyond Shippuden. So moving forward from that, go back into Naruto. We get to see the combat with Sasuke, and we get to see the combat with Naruto. We get to see a little bit of Sasuke's little remembrance of his past, why he's so determined to kick his brother's ass. Moving on from that, we get to see Chidori and we get to see Rasengan fight each other. Boom, they both slap each other with their fists, fist to fist, knocking each other out temporarily. Eventually, Naruto gets up, tell Naruto, "I'm gonna beat the shit out of you if you don't come to your senses." Sasuke says, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you so obsessed with you? What the hell do you know of everything? You know, you're this little annoying shit. Why don't you just leave me alone? I just want to be left alone, you bastard. Leave me alone. Are you gay or something? You know, are you straight or something? You know, or are you something else? Are you alien or something? What is this fascination you have with me? You know, you into me to that level, dude? You know, are you fascinating me? You know, you want to be my, my boyfriend or something? You know, or something like that. I think he was getting upset to that level, and that's what it kind of made me feel like, yo, does Naruto have a thing for Sasuke? Why he's always so into him and stuff? Turns out that's not the case. You know, he doesn't give a damn about Sasuke like that. Naruto is kind of like one of those guys that like if he considers you his friend, he's willing to go. He's willing to go to death to protect his friends. Like if he really has this connection towards you, he's willing to go through thick and thin in order to save you. So Sasuke doesn't understand that, because Sasuke doesn't understand that type of brotherhood, because Sasuke never had that type of brotherhood. The only type of brotherhood he ever had was one that betrayed him when he was a child. And in other words, he doesn't want to have a brotherhood because it will just remind me of the person he's trying to kill, which is his brother. So he wants to stay by himself to kill his brother. But Naruto's saying, well, you got to get out of this type of mentality that you're in. That revenge you're looking for is simply going to put you in the grave. Trying to repeat something that with Kakashi was trying to say to Sasuke. Eventually, Sasuke doesn't listen. He says the only thing that's necessary is power. He initiates his third Sharingan powers, or fourth, I don't remember. It popped out. He's able to see all Naruto's moves. Whatever Naruto did, it doesn't matter. So Naruto, using his chakra from his nine-tail powers, eventually get his ass kicked. But then eventually Naruto starts stepping up the power level even more. So it doesn't matter how much this Sharingan transforms. Naruto is able to use enough speed, enough force that even Sasuke can't keep up. They kick each other's ass. Eventually, Naruto kicks it up to a level so high that his entire body starts to become a silhouette, and Naruto starts to physically transform into a beast. And eventually, not even Sasuke is able to keep up, because the speed, the power that he's now, it's like going from Jekyll to Hyde. Naruto is now becoming beast form, charges into Sasuke, snuffs Sasuke right in the face. Sasuke goes flying like he just got hit by Goku's powers, something like that. Got up from the ground, decided he's going to kill Naruto. He literally tries to kill Naruto, ends up failing, however, but he knocks out Naruto in the process. Naruto gets cold-clocked in the process. Could have ended Naruto there, but decided to just peace out and leave Naruto left for dead on rainy shores of where the two giant statues of Madara and of Hashirama is. Go back to Naruto's teacher, saying where Naruto is. We get to see, as Naruto recover from injuries, we get to see old enemies reunite. However, he gets destroyed again. Mizuki, much older now, much buffer now, has much more power now. Eventually, he still gets taken down pretty easy. He teams up with a couple of people. And the only reason why I bring Mizuki back into it is because he was later brought in after the fight with Sasuke and Naruto. to show that this guy is determined. However, the only way to stop this freak was to take him out. Eventually, he finally gets taken out. Prison is not something that will hold him back, but he gets what he got coming to him. These two guys who he had as his henchmen eventually gets subdued. That's the end of Mizuki's little story. Pushing forward, Naruto now comes to the end of the Naruto story. About more than 100 episodes in, we now transition from Naruto story into Shippuden Naruto, and Naruto having this gay ass costume he has on. I never really felt good about it. I thought it was way too much orange. I prefer the Naruto with his little outfit on here, which was also way too much orange, but it felt more appropriate how it was designed than the design that was meant to show in Shippuden here. It doesn't look good whatsoever at all. I mean, if you're going to go Naruto colors, they should have made the plants black and made some, his jacket orange, to make it look like he's wearing a pimp ass orange leather jacket with some black stripes on it. Make him look like a badass. The pants should have been black. The jacket should have been orange, slashing, pimping out with some black uh, edges on it. Kind of like what they were trying to do with Naruto the Last, but the reverse of that. It would have looked far more better and far cooler, But they wanted to attach the pants to Naruto because Naruto wears an orange pants. So they should have done something with the jacket and kept the jacket orange as well. But they should have added more textures of black into it to make it look like he's matured out of it rather than it looks kind of silly. If you're gonna do something, you got to do it 100%. If you're gonna go small, because when I first saw it, I was like, nah, that looks gay as hell, man. This is the outfit that they gave to him. Nah, that doesn't work. I still feel that way. They should have done something with that. Sakura, however, her outfit looks far better, far cooler. She looks far more mature. And then we get to see Sasuke, who has the best badass outfit of them all, comes in clutch. Says, "Hey Naruto, it's been a while. I see you wearing that gay ass costume you got on there. I liked it when you were far younger, wearing the orange. Who gave you this bitch outfit? You need to up your style. You need to look like me, or you need to look like Sakura. Up your game, do something about it. It doesn't matter, but it's just my opinion on it, to be honest with you. He still looks cool, to be honest with you. Not really, but it's whatever. Everyone's, should be held accountable for their own opinions. If people don't like that, I say the outfit is a little gay, but it's whatever, man. I could think of several ways to make Naruto's outfit look far better than what he's wearing right now. At least someone was thinking when they gave Sasuke a new outfit. I mean, someone was on the ball making Sasuke look like he was part of a, R&B, a Japanese R&B record label with shirt out and everything, ready to pimp it out. Something like that. Moving forward, get to move forward some more. We got to say, hey, Naruto, I see you have the nine-tailed fox in you, so that's what you were hiding all this time. He destroys the nine-tailed fox that was inside Naruto. We get to see information of Naruto talking to Sasuke, showing up to the village. And everything you see here of these characters showing here, that was the first episode of Naruto. Them running through this field inside of Orochimaru's base to find Sasuke, which they couldn't find in the original Naruto. They had to find him in Shippuden. The very first episode of Shippuden was the showing of them searching inside of Orochimaru's base for Sasuke. They eventually find him inside of the base once Sai decides to find Sasuke. Sasuke escapes, but shows up to the party and says, "Hey Naruto, you're mature. I ain't gonna get back into that costumes." And say, "Okay, this is what you had inside of you. All this was within the first episode." And then we go back in time to when Naruto returns back to the village and sees Sakura all grown up and is a teenage girl. And Sakura says, "Do I look a little bit mature?" He's like, "Nah, you still look like punk ass Sakura to me." Sakura gives him cold claw, and then Sakura says, "Well, oh, I look like a little punk." Like, how about that for punk? I'm stronger than you now. And the truth is, because she was working with Tsunade, she's extremely stronger than anyone within the village. Because Tsunade's berserk strength was something that was passed on to her by her previous master. And eventually Tsunade passed down that berserk strength onto her, which is part of the medical ninjutsu. I guess whatever form of the medical ninjutsu Tsunade has, it allows her to increase her strength by tenfolds. So now Sakura has the strength of a base Saiyan. So, if she really wanted to, she could have killed Naruto with that one punch. But she just knocked Naruto out just because of she was pissed off. But if she really wanted to be honest with you, she would have killed Naruto. Moving on from that, we get to see even more Akatsuki. This guy's called Deidara. He pops up to the party. Can't forget his name. He always going on about art is an explosion. Um, why is it hard to forget his name? His name is hard to forget. Deidara. Out of everyone on the Akatsuki, he's the most memorable one to remember more than everyone because he's the most funniest one to remember more than anyone aside from Mr. You know, funny looking mask guy. Um, but Deidara is the most memorable one because he's the most different of all the Akatsuki. He's the one that doesn't take his job more seriously than anyone. He's the one that's always upset. He's the one that's always pissed off. He's the one that's always judgmental of everyone for looking down on him. He's the one that always have this chip on his shoulder more than anyone. So it's hard to forget someone like Deidara. He himself has made himself memorable simply because of his nature of who he is. So Deidara goes on to fight Gara. Deidara takes out Gara, captures Gara, heads back to the Akatsuki's base, where a statue, the Ghetto statue, is present. And the Ghetto statue is something that comes directly from the Tree of Life, which comes directly from Kagura herself when she first came to Earth, eventually transformed into a Ghetto statue, but it was originally a tree. Of course, at this point in Naruto, when Naruto first started, that stuff wasn't revealed, but I'm revealing it now because this is a rundown and spoilers. And the Ghetto statue is the most powerful being in the entire Naruto universe because if you're able to wield it, you're able to kick anyone's ass. However, the only way to stop a Ghetto statue is to have all of the nine-tailed beasts fighting against the Ghetto statue to stop Ghetto statue. If you can't stop Ghetto statue using nine-tailed beasts, you're assed out. Of course, this goes to show you how formidable or how more powerful, how much of a threat the Akatsuki is, how they were able to find the Ghetto statue, and how they know about the Ghetto statue and the powers of the Ghetto statue, because they're actually being bankrolled or actually working under someone even more powerful than they themselves. And this person that's more powerful is someone who's been dead for quite some time, for more than 100, more than probably 150 years, or say, maybe around 100, 150 years. But this person has been dead for more than 100 years. So moving on from that, yeah, this person's been dead for probably more than 100, probably more than 200 years, to be honest with you. I don't know when was the fight between Senju's and the Uchihas, but it was more than 100 years ago. So more than that, after that said, moving forward from that, we then get to see even more of the Akatsuki show up to the party. And I forgot this guy's name, but he's the puppet master, something, puppet master, everything. Don't remember the name. Not going to try to. Fight against this guy. Don't remember his name. Not going to try to. He's Gara's second in command. He gets taken down quite easily by this Akatsuki because this Akatsuki who used puppet mastery is the person who first created the puppet corps within the kingdom of the Sand Village. He's a legendary fighter equal to that of Sannin. But he's not Sannin level, but he's equal to the legendary level of a Sannin. His name is S something. No, I don't think it's S something. Okay, moving on from that, I'm not going to try to remember. I need to keep up the story and keep going because the past 2 hours. He gets taken out. Um, and this guy is actually, he's Gara's brother. He's a legit brother. It was never stated until later on into the anime. So moving on from that, Naruto and crew gets to find out that the Akatsuki that they were fighting in order to try to get towards where Sasuke was, or at least to try to stop the Akatsuki from what they were doing. Turns out to be that these people were decoys in disguise pretending to be Akatsuki members. They get knocked out. The dogs that were part of Kakashi's little power thing realized that these people weren't Akatsuki, that they were it was an illusion spell cast by one of Akatsuki to make you think that you were fighting against Akatsuki. It's a jutsu that a very powerful jutsu that allow you to shield yourself from the enemy, knowing who you are. Um, Next thing you know, one of the Akatsuki get killed by his own puppetry or by Granny's puppetry, who takes him out. Turns out he's dead. Um, he goes down for the count. Gara gets saved in the process, brought back. This guy eventually gives up the name of exactly who he had on his payroll in order to find out where Sasuke was. And this person on his payroll was uh, Kabuto, who he put under his jutsu in order to discover where Orochimaru's base is. And by doing so, they're going to be able to find out where Sasuke is. Now, remember, the Sasuke I show at the beginning was part of the first episode, but that was a prelude to the very first episode. That was simply a part of the very first episode to show that eventually coming towards a transitional point of Shippuden, that they will find Sasuke. We're now in the heart of Naruto Shippuden, and where they're looking for Sasuke. They haven't found him yet. So this guy gives it up the location of the guy that he has under control, which is Kabito. Turns out they're going after Kabito now, and they need, after saving Gara, go back to the village. And turns out that, oh man, one of their own, the Akatsuki members is dead. So they're now, this Akatsuki member is now replacing the old Akatsuki member. And this guy eventually is the guy with the twirly face, mask, joins the crew of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki don't know anything about him, where he comes from, where he is, or anything. They only know that what his name is, because that's the name they gave to him, and that he shows up to the party to replace previous lost Akatsuki member. Because you could only have a certain amount of Akatsuki member to be part of the Akatsuki. That's what makes an Akatsuki. If there were 7 people that are part of the Akatsuki, one dies, that person that died has to be replaced by someone else. So this mystery man shows up, joins the party, turns out to be a comedian that pisses off Deidara, and is the funny man of the Akatsuki group. He makes a lot of jokes. He pisses off the leader. He pisses off other character members within the group. Don't remember his name either. Tobe, that's his name. Tobe. Tobe pisses off Deidara more than anyone in the group, but sometimes he pisses off Itachi. Sometimes he pisses off the leader of the group, and sometimes he even pisses off other people as well. Um, we get to learn of a new character within Shippuden that wasn't introduced in Naruto, but apparently he was in Naruto. We just never get to see him in Naruto because he was always hiding under the floorboards. Eventually, he's called Danzou, and Danzou is part of this foundation for which he founded and called the Foundation. And the foundation represents the foundation of the village hidden in the leaves. They are the roots that hold up the tree trunk that is the village hidden in the leaves. At least they believe they are, which is not the case. The third Hokage and the third Hokage's Ambu Black Ops and the Sannin, as well as the Jonin, are the people that hold up the foundation that is the hidden leaves. Without the Jonin, you would have to depend on the third Hokage themselves. Without the third Hokage, you would have to depend on the Black Ops themselves. And without the Black Ops, you would have to depend on the villagers themselves, which wouldn't hold up. So it's the third Hokage, it's the Black Ops, and as well as the Jonin. So the Jonin and the Black Ops are people who really hold up the village, not personal sabotage, espionage, hidden people willing to do whatever in order to keep the village running. No, day-to-day activities and mission to mission and doing all the hard work is what keeps the village running and keeps the foundation of the village watered, keeps the roots of the water watered by doing those activities. The dirty work, however, is also necessary to keep the foundation of the village running, but it's not an essential component to make the village run. It's one of the components in order to make the village run. Danzo never knew this. Danzo doesn't understand this. He only sees controlling the village and keeping it running from his aspect, which is the same thing that the Jonin do. If it's necessary for them to play dirty, they would have to play dirty. Danzou is just a dictator, hidden amongst the people in the village, hidden in the leaves. Like every dictator, he believes he's the only person that's right. A fool, so to speak. Moving on from that, we get to see a new character to this, and this guy, I forgot his name as well. Um, but he has the blood of Hashirama inside of him. So he's a very pivotal person coming towards the end of Shippuden, and he also shows up within Boruto as well. So he's a long game player. Um, Moving on from that, we get to see Danzo, a story of Danzo and Third Hokage having beef with each other since um, the Third War, or probably even before the Third War, when they were young. So we get to get some type of context of what Danzo is and how he's vastly different from the Third Hokage. And so, yeah, moving on from that, we get to see Jiraiya talks even more about taking on Naruto as his fellow apprentice simply because he has to keep the Nine Tail inside Naruto from getting out. If the Nine Tail ever gets out from Naruto, the village will fall again, or worse. And the only person that could keep this from happening in check is someone at Sannin level. Because as Naruto is getting older, the sign and the seal on Naruto's body gets weaker. The more Naruto age up, the more he uses chakra energy, the more he exerts his body, the weaker, or the more he makes his body strong, also the weaker the seal gets. So he needs someone to control that power. Moving on from that in Shippuden, we then get to see the leader of the person who replaced Kakashi take on the role uh, of a Akatsuki member in disguise. So he used his jutsu in order to transform into this agent of the Akatsuki in order to find out Kabito's secret um, as an attachment towards Orochimaru, to find out where Sasuke is. So on this bridge, as Kabito is, or should I say, as Kabito is talking to this hidden agent, or the leaf agent pretending to be one of the Akatsuki, Kabito eventually realized that this person is impersonating this Akatsuki member, and this Akatsuki member eventually, Kabito basically tells this impersonator that he's broken out of the Akatsuki's Jitsu hole a long time ago by Orochimaru. Naruto pops in and says, I don't give a damn about anyone who's popping out of anything or Jitsu who's gone down. Tell me where Sasuke is or I kick all your ass. Kabito said, I want you to see if you could try. It's like, listen, bitch, I handled you when I was like a kid. I'm now old enough. Step aside. Orochimaru says, well, you step aside because no matter how powerful you get, I'm still one of the Sannin. Let's take this outside. So they did take it outside. Orochimaru says, okay, let's see what you got, punk. Like, Orochimaru, not knowing how powerful a nine-tailed beast is, decides to use his Sannin powers of vast amount against Naruto, not knowing that the vast depths of a tail beast is like trying to fight someone who is the size of a giant, or at least the power of Naruto is the size of a giant. So when a Sannin, which has the power of to take down, like say, a dragon by himself, like he's a knight, and a legendary knight is be able to take down an evil dragon. He is assuming that he's that legend. Orochimaru is assuming he's that type of knight willing to take down that dragon, not knowing that Naruto nine-tail powers, nine-tail beast, is very much like several dragons in one. So he got his ass handed to. He has his ass handed to him. Orochimaru got destroyed in the process, but not completely destroyed. He just got his powers blasted away. His triple style Rashomon is that's what he called it. Um, these different blockades that pop up to show that you cannot go through these walls, but he used it to protect himself from being completely obliterated by Naruto's power. Turns out, doesn't even matter. Triple Rashomon, which was like three large, huge chakra, steel metal, weighing tons, destroyed in a second by Naruto's new power. Completely blown away. Eventually, Naruto comes to his senses after um, uh, the guy that was replaced Kakashi remind him after he got his senses, putting a seal on him, um, cutting off the power of the nine tails from Naruto. Um, and that's that. Moving on forward, we get to see a little backstory with regards to Sai. Sai basically says it's the book that he developed for himself in relation to his brother. We get to see some eerie music about Sai. We get to learn that Sai is more complicated than we could possibly imagine. His story is kind of brutal. Of course, any story of any ninja is kind of brutal. And eventually, Sai joins the Brotherhood that is part of Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, and uh, uh, Shikamaru and Shikaku. I mean, not Shikaku, Shikamaru, and the rest of the gang. Yeah. That said, Sai goes over to Orochimaru, hands over Blackopolis, kind of like Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible 1 trying to stop the Knockless from getting out. He basically, like Sai, basically gives the Knockless to Orochimaru of all different agents within the village hidden in the leaves. But it's different than what you would expect. These are all individuals who have either been KO'd in battle, or those who are not considered part of the leaf anymore, or those who have been kicked out of the leaf. So these aren't like regular people. These are all, excommunicados, or those who are dead, so to speak. So why would Orochimaru warrant different members within the leaves who are dead, or those who are not part of the leaf anymore? So eventually we get to find out that a little story about Sai even more in connection to Danzou. Danzou have him set up towards being a spy within the group with Kakashi's old crew, just to find out more about Sasuke, because Danzo is more interested in Sasuke than he is with Orochimaru. Though he's in alliance with Orochimaru, he's more interested in Sasuke more than anything. So, finding out this, eventually Naruto and the rest of everyone finds out that Sai gave dead people to information about dead leaf people, as well as dead cloud people, as well as a list of dead rain people. The list that he gave to them is simply not just of uh, dead people or people who aren't part of the village hidden in leaves. It's like a knock list of every single ninjas from every village that were considered classified or dead. Um, they want to know what the hell's going on, because this goes beyond that of Sasuke. Eventually, Sasuke comes in contact with. Eventually, I should say, time catches up to when we first saw the first episode of Naruto Shippuden, and we're finally here. Um, Sasuke meets Naruto. Naruto meets Sakura. Sakura meets or should I say, Sakura meets um, Sasuke again as an adult. They all meet each other back again. So now episode 1 is episode something 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 down the road. They finally realize they're unable to stop Sasuke. The story of when they first meet each other in episode 1 has now passed on from that, so we're now into the second transitional point of Shippuden. Obviously, it feels more like transitional point 1.5, more than just transitional point 1. So moving on from that, we now go into Naruto saying he was unable to save Sasuke. And then the next transitional point after them fighting Sasuke, after they're not able to get Sasuke to come back to the Hidden Leaves, we then go deeper into the story of the Akatsuki. Because the story of Naruto Shippuden is not just about Naruto, it's not just about Sasuke, it's not just about the village itself or the various villages, it's also very much a story about the Akatsuki more than anything else. You would think the story of Naruto Shippuden is mostly about Naruto and Sasuke, but it feels like the story of Naruto Shippuden is mostly about the story of the Akatsuki more than it is about anyone else, even though that's not the case. But through the first half of Naruto, before he even got into the story of Madara, was mostly about that of Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, and the Akatsuki. So it's very much against two forces fighting each other: the Akatsuki stories and Naruto and Crew's stories. So all those different episodes were surrounding these various different groups, clan groups. So here we get to learn more about the Akatsuki. We get to know the reason why they want to do what they want to do and why they're doing what they're doing. Eventually, we get to meet two other Akatsuki members. One that believes in a god, a death god, and other who believes in purely, his god is purely money, the need for money, and the need for money to make himself stronger so he could grab more hearts to put inside of his body, because his body is about consuming the life of others in order to become even more immortal. The more hearts he consumes inside his body, the more he can grow in power and the more he could live far beyond the capacity of anything that's ever been seen before in history. Basically, his power is a hidden, forbidden jutsu. So one of these characters called Kakuzu, and the other one is, I forgot his name, the crazy one, who believes in Jashin. I forgot his name, but I never forgot Kaguzu's name. So moving on from that, I'll eventually remember naming these characters. Um, Moving on from that, we get to see a huge battle, another pivotal point within the story. That's why I say there were two transitional points. Shippuden beginning of Shippuden, them looking for Sasuke, and now transitional point of the Akatsuki, getting to learn more about the Akatsuki. In order to get to learn more about the Akatsuki and what they need money and their powers and everything to create the nation that they want to create, you have to have certain characters get sacrificed in the process. This is a war. This is a great war. Or should I say, this is a war, or these are battles that are going to lead to a great war. So, in order to lead the story into a great war, these many battles are either going to have, I shouldn't say are either, more like are going to have many losses on both sides. A lot of Akatsuki are going to die. A lot of good guys are going to die in order for this war to happen. So this war cannot happen because one person is more powerful than another declaring war. Lots of events need to take place in order for this war to happen. Lots of losses on both sides have to happen in order for both sides to get extremely pissed off and say, you know what, fuck it, let's go and do a war. This is a war. Let's do this. So what happened is, in this case, Shikamaru's master, I forgot his name. Shikamaru's master dies in the process. He gets killed by Mr. Jashin here, using his powers. He dies. Shikamaru says, "This guy is dead. I'm going to avenge you for the death of my master. I'm going to avenge my master for death. Um, so I'm going to do whatever it takes in order to take responsibility for my own actions and become a more mature person and get even with the person that killed my master. But at the same time, never abandoning the mission and forgetting about the mission." So upon the death of his master, Shikamaru decides to devise a plan how to trap and separate both these characters from each other, one into the jungle, one into open fields, while Kashi fights this guy on one front. Shikamaru trapped the guy on the other front, eventually sabotaging him, realizing that this guy's chakra is linked towards immortality, just like this guy's chakra is linked towards a certain type of mortality. Both of them were put together because both of them have the ability to make themselves not die. So once they separate both of them from each other, the group of people from the hidden leaves separate into two different groups. One to take one out, the other to take the other one out. Shikamaru separates himself uh, using his powers, which is to subdue an enemy using his shadow possession jutsu, or shadow suppression jutsu. Lock him in place, trap him here using his shadows, hover him over this deep well, and dropping him in there, covering the area and the entire surrounding floor with an explosion on top of that, realizing this guy wouldn't be able to die completely, would be forever buried under there. But here's the thing, even though he would be forever buried under there, with the explosion of his body parts all over the place, he can't put his body back together if he's buried on the ground. And since he can't put his entire body back together because he's buried on the ground, he'll be forever immortal, living under the ground. So that's a fate worse than death. Moving on from that, after Shikamaru got his revenge against the guy that killed his master, this guy gets his comeuppance by Naruto throwing a massive Rasengan at him, which is a Rasengan is like kind of like a spirit bomb. But a massive Rasengan is like a massive version of a spirit bomb without it being completely gigantic, like the size of a half moon or something like that. So he throws it at the guy, it hits the guy, and um, since our nature Rasengan basically consumes any form of energy that it hits, it consumes the guy's blood, consumes the guy's flesh, consumes the particles in the sky down to its very atoms. It basically vaporizes him. So it doesn't matter how immortal this guy was, he was vaporized in an instant based on the impact of the attack. Moving forward from that, we get to see Sasuke looking at this container. This container contains one of Sasuke's to-be henchmen or to-be allies down the road. I shouldn't say henchmen. Should be say his own personal crew that's part of the Taka that will show up later on. And so once these people join Sasuke's little crew, they end up kicking the ass of all those people who they wanted to individually get revenge on. This guy got his sword back. Eventually, we get backstory with regards to Kakashi, with regards to when Kakashi was young, fighting the Third Great Ninja War, when he was nothing but a punk-ass kid. Um, Still not being able to unlock the Sharingan like he did. But even as a punk kid, Kakashi was pretty powerful for his age, vastly more powerful than others. We get to move on from that. We get to see characters getting captured when Kakashi was young, his own personal crew, his own personal team. This backstory is important and pivotal to Naruto's history. We get to move over and forward from that. We get to see one of those people on Kakashi's crew get OP'd and knocked out. Well, not OP'd, more like KO'd. And, well, not really KO'd, more like died in the process. A boulder fall on top of him, crushing half of his body. Kakashi's whole thing about never abandoning your allies is the whole reason for why the events happened here. The people who he was with, he eventually had abandoned them earlier on during this mission, but came back to save them and realized that the guy that died was correct, that you should never abandon your allies. And he will never forget this, that his friend died in the process saving them. And fourth Hokage, they were all part of the fourth Hokage's crew. There were people raised by the fourth Hokage. Yes, Kakashi Hatake was a student of the fourth Hokage, Minato. And Minato, being Naruto's father, was the person that first taught Kakashi when he was nothing but a little runt, being trained to be an expert ninja. So, knowing that moving forward, all the stuff with regards to Kakashi gets fleshed out, all the stuff with regards to Sasuke get fleshed out, all the stuff with regards to Naruto starts to get fleshed out, and the only thing left to flesh out even more is stuff with regards to the Akatsuki and with regards to Tobe. So Tobe starts to get fleshed out slowly. So slowly you start to realize Tobe is more than who he lead on. He's more than a loudmouth little punk that just joins Akatsuki. That he's more powerful than he comes across. When you throw an object at him or use a blast or throw a Rasengan at him or anything at him or try to hit him, it goes straight through him. A power that goes straight through his body. So this is an enemy that cannot be damaged using powers, or you can't use Jitsu against him because Uchiha Jitsu don't work on him. The Sharingan eyes don't work on him. This guy is very much S-tier class badass. Can take down a Sannin by himself if he really want to. However, no one really knows anything about him whatsoever except the leader of the Akatsuki, which that leader of the Akatsuki won't tell anyone anything about Tobe whatsoever at all. Eventually, down the road, after Madara, or should I say, after Orochimaru gets killed off by Sasuke, and how Orochimaru dies by Sasuke is because Orochimaru was trying to consume Sasuke when he got old enough. Um, that didn't turn out to be the case because even though Orochimaru considered his Sharingan to be a problem in taking over Sasuke's body. Orochimaru could not have guessed that the Sharingan was powerful enough that it transitions on near death based on anyone who tries to take over the body of the person that they're trying to control or consume the body. So once Sasuke was able to excel past the use of his original Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan and develop the Mangekyo Sharingan, a level far higher than any Sharingan that Orochimaru has ever encountered. Orochimaru only heard of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, or I believe it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. I could be wrong. It could have been the Sharingan before that, or Tri-Star Sharingan, but not Mangekyo. No matter what it is, he could not control Sasuke and eventually got destroyed by Sasuke within his own mind. So Sasuke killed his body, Orochimaru's body, in real life while Orochimaru was trapped in Sasuke's mind jutsu of the Mangekyo or the Sharingan before that. So Kabuto now learning of this, that Orochimaru is dead. I mean, not pretentious dead, like his real body is dead, and whatever was left of Orochimaru got destroyed and burned up by Sasuke. Um, After Sasuke defeated his brother, I believe. It was either before or after Sasuke defeated his brother. No, it was before Sasuke defeated his brother that he killed Orochimaru. And Orochimaru pissed off about this, that he who could not attain Itachi's eyes cannot attain Sasuke's eye. Means that Sasuke is now beyond the level of Sannin strength. That said, that's the reason why Orochimaru got destroyed. Sasuke is now beyond the level of Sannin strength. So by Orochimaru's death, Kabuto took on his power of his experiments and decided to consume some of Orochimaru's, or should I say, combine some of Orochimaru's DNA and his essence by conducting certain experiments and then implanting it into his body. Eventually, those things showed out by showing that his body started to become freakish. Eventually, Sasuke made up with Deidara. Deidara can't beat Sasuke, so Deidara decides to go nuke. Deidara took out Sasuke, exploding Sasuke's body. Sasuke is supposed to be dead, but at the last moment, Sasuke summoned, uh, I think it was Madara's original snake um, that Madara used in battle way back in the day, an ancient snake used by Madara Uchiha, or no, not Madara's snake, Orochimaru's snake. Sasuke summoned Orochimaru's snake, hidden Orochimaru's snake body. That snake died. Orochimaru is dead. Orochimaru's snake is dead, and Sasuke woke up with severe injuries from the blast from Deidara's little nuke abilities. And this nuke ability took out the entire forest or a small area. You could say it's like a miniature rose from Netero. So yeah, well, actually no, it's not even that powerful. Netero's miniature rose was far more powerful than that. Beyond this, you could say it's a miniature form of a miniature rose. So either way, it took out acres of land, destroyed a lot of trees, and then we get a backstory with regards to new characters within Shippuden, things attached to the Sannin. We get to meet these future members of the Akatsuki, or should I say, these are the future leaders of Akatsuki. We get a backstory with regards to them, and Nagato and Konan and I forgot the name of the other guy. Uh, I don't remember his name. Nagato and Konan basically were part of one crew when they were growing up. And they get to form their own group called the Akatsuki later on when they grew up. And the only way that Nagato became the leader of the Akatsuki was through the events that happened when they were young, when they were teenagers and they were fighting during the Third Great Ninja War. And the story of the Akatsuki get fleshed out even more. Now we get to learn that the leader of the Akatsuki is a guy called Nagato. And this guy called Nagato is able to wield the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. Yes, the original Sage of the Six Paths carried the eyes that Nagato has. And these aren't Mangeki or Sharingan eyes, these are called Rinnegan eyes. And Rinnegan eyes are the most powerful eyes in all the history of eyes. Because if you carry the Rinnegan's eyes, your power is beyond that of a normal human being, beyond that of even a superhuman being. You carry the eyes of the person who is pretty much the eyes of a god. So Nagato carried the eyes of the god, who was the first sage, because the sage was considered a god who could do things like a god, or could do deeds like a god, that he became a god. So he carried the powerful eyes of the sage of six path. If you had these eyes, it means you could do anything basically. And that's why Nagato is the leader of the Akatsuki, because he has the power of a god inside of him. So that's to the point that he basically started to call himself a god, because he had the power of the Sage of the Sixth Path in his body. To the point that Juriya thought he could stop him, but eventually Juriya get killed, because you're basically fighting someone who has a large percentage of the power of the Sage of the Sixth Path. So no matter how powerful Juriya was, he wasn't going to stop this guy, because this guy has the power of the Sage of the Sixth Path, the original god of this Naruto world. So he gets his ass kicked by the different Akatsuki members, who turn out to all be Nagato at the same time, because Nagato's powers allow him to be able to use any form of dead at any point, anywhere, as long as he could see through his peripheral vision, forward, sideways, no matter where. As long as he could see in front of him, to the left of him, to the right of him, he will always be able to win his battle against his opponent. And his only blind spot is behind him. And that's why he has multiple characters, so that anyone at any point of these duplicates, or these different people, these different dead people who he brought back to life, one of them could be looking behind him while others look in front of him. So he basically developed a jutsu that allows him to be able to see anywhere at a 360-degree angle, so he can never be attacked by any opponent to catch him off guard. That's why he's basically considered a god. It's not just that his jutsu and his powers in order to use against his enemy is powerful, but that he could never be caught off guard from the bottom, from the top, from the left, from the right, or even from behind him. So doing that, so he basically kills Jiraiya, and this is the beginning transition. This is another transitional point of Naruto Shippuden. The death of Jiraiya is another transitional point of Naruto Shippuden. And this is why I'm saying Naruto Shippuden belongs in my top 5, because it's not just the death of these characters. We've grew up with these characters. We learn about these characters. These characters are like father figures are like brother figures, or like mother figures, or like sister figures. And eventually, after many decades, or should I say, eventually after many years and many arcs, eventually one day they die off. So it's like losing an arm or a leg. So the story of those who created Naruto developed these arcs so well and so important, so imperative to each other, so that when you lose a character, you feel the loss of that character. You feel the journey of that character coming to an end. And you feel for the characters who are within the story, who are latched onto those characters as their students, to their master. You feel the loss that they have towards that character. So when Jiraiya dies, you feel this loss, and you feel this anger towards the Akatsuki members for killing Jiraiya, and you feel this loss, and you feel this anger towards Itachi for wanting to kill his brother, and you want Itachi to be dead, because you want Sasuke to stop being tormented by his brother. So when Sasuke does win over his brother, after his brother kicks his ass in their legendary epic fight, after the transition of Jiraiya die and going straight into the Sasuke slash Itachi fight, which is the next transitional point from, you could basically say Jiraiya's death and Sasuke and Itachi's fight as the transitional point of Shippuden. There was previous transitional point, which is the Akatsuki slash Naruto going after Sasuke, And then you have the transitional point. This is the transitional point. You could say this is the zenith point of Shippuden. The death of Juriya and the death of Itachi. By Itachi dying and by Juriya dying, Shippuden Naruto then going into a different point, a different story, a different arc, so to speak. It goes into the I should call it the alliance arc, or it goes into the beginning of the alliance arc, or what leads into the beginning of the alliance arc, the transitional point from we're now having this Akatsuki to destroy the Akatsuki. We now have to take down the Akatsuki. We now have to form this alliance to take down the Akatsuki. So this is a transitional point to, it's now about stopping, not just about stopping the Akatsuki. It's about stopping the Akatsuki from completely destroying the world by forming an alliance. It's also about the transitional point from what Sasuke knew with regards to everything from Naruto to everything he learns in Shippuden to now knowing nothing that he learned and now knowing the truth from everything he thought he knew to everything that is now true. So the whole idea of everything given to us from Naruto to this very moment is now gone. That's why this is the major transitional point from Shippuden to where moving forward, because what was once known to be truth has now turned on its head to be a lie. And the truth is now presented itself in front of us. Now Tobe is revealed to be Madara, which he really isn't. It's just somebody disguising himself to be Madara. Like I said, this is a rundown video, and this is a spoiler video. This is not about me keeping things secret. This is about a guy pretending to be Madara named Tobe. He says he's Madara. He's not really Madara. He's just a guy pretending to be Madara. But no one else knows that he's not Madara. I only know that he's Madara. You only know that he's Madara. Sasuke doesn't know that he's Madara. Nobody knows that he's Madara. Not even the people on his own crew know that he's not Madara. But he's fooling everyone because this is the mystery of this guy. He's the big ball player. He's the person who's making the things change. He's the person who's pushing for this war. He's the person who's the pivotal reason for why Boruto Shippuden, Boruto/Shippuden, or Naruto Shippuden/Boruto exists. The reason why the world of Boruto came into being, how the certain villages came into being in alliance, how certain tech improved, how wars and certain events that happened in Boruto are an example of the deeds that this guy has done. This guy is the true villain of the series, but not really, because by him pretending to be the true villain of the series, it's kind of like foreshadowing that not even he knew what he was getting into. The true villain of this series is pure evil. Basically, so to speak, is pure evil. You could basically call him Madara Uchiha, but at the same time, you really can't call him Madara Uchiha, because even Madara Uchiha was used. But the true villain of Shippuden is Madara Uchiha, the real Madara Uchiha. Though the true villain of this entire series, of everything that is within Naruto universe, Shippuden universe, Boruto's universe, have always been the Ototsukis, the aliens, so to speak. And I'm going to say it right now. The aliens are the true evil within this world. And yes, they are truly evil. And like everything that's truly evil, there's always a truly good among them. But why they're considered the truly evil in this world, the aliens, is, and I could really call them aliens because they're not from this planet, they're from another planet, is because they not only brought forth chakra into this world, they really are basically Frieza types. Yes, the Otsutsuki by that name, by the clan that they represent that name, are basically Frieza types. Whoever is the leader of the Otsutsuki in space, or on their planet, or in that world, or in that area, or within that universe, or that transitional portal world, or that dimension, wherever that original individual is at this very moment in the manga, whoever that person is, that's yet to be revealed in the manga, whoever that person is, he is the leader of the Otsutsuki. He or she or them are the leader of the Otsutsuki. And this them, I'm assuming it's a them rather than a he or a she, are probably just a handful of people. Like in One Piece, 5 Kages or something, or the 5 elders. I believe that this them, or this he, or the she that's above this them, like Imu is above the 5 elders in Luffy. I believe that this individual is a Frieza type. Bottom line, pure evil. I believe if you think Madara is evil, because so much suffering has come through Madara, I believe that when they finally get to this part in the manga, with regards to the Otsutsuki and the Frieza type enemy, it has to be a Frieza type enemy, because there's no way this person can rule over so much more powerful people beyond that of Madara, beyond that of Kagura, beyond that of everything you've ever saw in Naruto, to the level that it's beyond that of any tail beast. I guarantee that if this thing ever come in contact with any of the tail beasts, or with anyone more powerful than the tail beast, to a god level, that this thing, whoever this person is beyond god level. That will just hit it would just hit the nine-tailed beast with one fist. Punch the nine-tailed beast in his chest. Punch the nine-tailed beast in his chest. Nine-tailed beast will collapse with just one punch. One punch. That this thing would do a one-punch man on the nine-tailed beast. Done, sir, done. That's who this person is. We have yet to meet this Otsutsuki, this Frieza type, because it's not revealed yet. Because we are always assuming that Madara is the endgame player to everything in Naruto. Turns out to be that's not the case. And as Tobe here / pretending to be Tobe, pretending to be Madara, says to Sasuke here, this is big boy game playing. You're now going into deep waters. If you can't swim in deep waters, you are going to drown. So by revealing that to Sasuke that Itachi was the person who protected him from death, but also protected the village from the coup that his family did, that his parents did, that they really wanted to kill everyone in the village and only put themselves, after doing that coup, in the leadership role of the Hokage and Uchiha, was the reason why the entire clan of the Uchiha got killed. They got killed because they wanted to incite a coup. And I shouldn't use the word want. They needed to incite a coup because they had to take over the village and gain the power. Danzou knew that this was happening. Third Hokage knew that this was happening. And eventually the decision to terminate the Uchihas permanently from the board went underway. And in order to do so, an Uchiha had to do it themselves. The most skilled and most powerful of all the Uchiha, which was Itachi Uchiha. He was the most skilled and the most powerful, and he was supposed to do it like a thief in the night and kill every one of them individually, in secret, without them knowing, using his Sharingan powers, his Mangekyo Sharingan powers, which is allowing him, in order to be undetected even by his own people, slaughtering them one at a time, eventually, without them knowing that they were duplicated or being duped or trapped in his genjutsu. So that said, after fake Madara tells him this, he learns that Itachi saved them because he loved them, and that his entire clan was sacrificed because someone like Danzou ordered the termination of his entire clan, because someone like the third Hokage wanted the clan to die, because he had no choice but to do so. So once Sasuke realized that Danzou was the person that told Itachi to murder his entire clan due to the coup, Sasuke now knew who his true adversary was. The village elders of the hidden leaf of the village. Not the village itself and the people in it, but the elders. So Sasuke's sole goal was to kill every elder, including the third Hokage. Unfortunately for him, the third Hokage is dead, so he had to take the second best choice, Danzou and the other elders. So he goes after Danzou. decides to take down the entire elders of the village hidden in the leaves. We get some backstory with regards to regards to Hashirama and Madara. He tells of his youth. He tells of how his people abandoned him. He tells of how he came back to be an avenger, bringing back the tail beast into destroying the village. And yes, it was Madara who made that tail beast invade the Hidden Leaf village way back in the days when Naruto was nothing but a baby. And Madara is the reason. Madara is the reason why Naruto had the ninth year beast put into him to save the village. Because Madara wanted to invade the village and take over the village and become the leader of the village by using Tail Beast to destroy the village. However, it turns out that's not even the case, because everything that comes out of Toby's mouth, or should I say fake Madara's mouth, is nothing but bullshit. And we get to learn this later on. Sasuke's being this, being duped from left to right, believing that he's in charge and believing he's learning certain things to be in charge. Doesn't realize, even though he's told the truth of his brother, he's still being manipulated by fake Madara. Doing so, Sasuke not fully trusting fake Madara, because as dumb as Sasuke is, he's not completely dumb. He knows this guy is somewhat lying to him, and he knows this guy is using him. So what Sasuke is really doing is, by taking out Danzou, he's able to acquire even more power enough to take down this fake Madara, because he knows at the moment that this fake Madara is somewhat more powerful than him. So by taking down Danzou and the Leaf, he'll be able to get into the position powerful enough to take down this fake Madara. So moving on from that, we get to see Naruto chilling out with the frogs, because he's practicing the same jutsu that Juriya practiced when Juriya was with the frogs, and because the frogs promised Juriya that they were going to train Naruto if Juriya ever died, which they did. So Old Man Frog decides to train Naruto in the art that Juriya trained in, the art of frog, kumite, and frog transformation and nature energy. So Naruto, learning of nature energy, is able to manifest his power of using the chakra, not the Nine-Tailed chakra, his own personal chakra, his nature chakra, the same chakra he used for creating the Rasengan, to multiply by 10 folds. So Naruto is able to become physically stronger, as well as endure physical punishment in combat beyond his capabilities. So by mastering the nature energy, he was able to get to the level of strength that Jiraiya is. So Naruto is now nearing the level of Sannin level, Jiraiya Sage Power Strength. So by acquiring Sage Power Strength, he's acquiring a percentage of the power of a sage, or a large percentage of power, to the point that eventually he goes beyond that of Jiraiya's strength as a sage warrior. Eventually down the road, we get to meet new characters. This is another person that will join Naruto's crew as one of Naruto's brotherhood. This is called B. He's obviously one of the tail beasts, if you know who he is, but we don't know that he was a tail beast until Sasuke's people attacked him, and he transformed into a Gigantor, a tail beast, which is, I believe he's a three-tail beast or something, 3 or 4 tail beast. Don't remember what tail beast he was, but he has the octopus slash like a bull beast, a mixture of a bull and an octopus combined. He kicks the Sasuke's ass, who was sent to acquire the tail beast from bees, and in order to help Madara, fake Madara, take down the leaf hidden in the villages, hidden in the leaf, villages hidden in the rain, villages hidden in the sand. Well, not really the rain. The rain is already under the control of the Akatsuki, but the village hidden in the sand, leaves, and the clouds, so on and so forth. That said, Sasuke is able to accomplish his task. B is captured after Sasuke used Itachi's move called Amaterasu, an ability he acquired by the death of his opponent, Itachi, in his eyes. Using Amaterasu, put strain on his body. Eventually, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, because Amaterasu's price of using it is shortens the life of the person who used Amaterasu. So Sasuke's life is eventually shortened due to the process. But here, we're talking about a tail beast here. You can't go small when you fight a tail beast. You have to go big if you're going to take down a tail beast. So sacrificing a portion of his health was an essential component in order to succeed in his mission. That said, B is captured. They then go into the investigation of how Juriya was destroyed. They finally learn that there's something off about the character who destroyed and defeated Juriya, and his name is Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, the person who which Tobe serves under. But in all truth, that leader is actually in service towards Tobe, and nobody knows about this. Tobe doesn't tell anyone. I believe, actually, correction. I think Pain and only Pain um, and a few others know that Tobe is the real leader of the Akatsuki. I mean, the leader of the Akatsuki, pretending to be the leader of the Akatsuki, is a blind. He's pretending to be the leader of the Akatsuki simply to hide Tobe as the real leader of the Akatsuki. Because you can't, in order to deceive your enemy, you must also deceive yourself. But you must also know that you're trying to do the deceiving. So the fake Madara put Pain as the fake leader of the Akatsuki simply to keep eyes from being focused on himself. So Pain, being the leader of the Akatsuki, goes about taking down the various different tail beasts, capturing them, using them to revive the ghetto statue. Eventually found out the Raikage is looking for B, his brother. Eventually he goes after Sasuke for capturing B, realized that the village hidden leaf is where Sasuke came from. He requested for 5 Kage summit in order to take down the Akatsuki and to take down Sasuke. The 5 Kage summit agrees to happen. Eventually, during this process, interrogations happen with regards to certain people that were captured from the land hidden in the rain to find the identity of the one who's the leader of the Akatsuki. They eventually realize that they don't know the leader of the Akatsuki, because during the process, while they're trying to find out who the leader of the Akatsuki, the true leader of the Akatsuki is, knowing that it's Pain, but they're figuring that that might not be the case, but they don't know that. They assume that Pain, who Pain is really working for, who is really bankrolling him, they're trying to find that out. Eventually, Pain shows up to the party, uses Renegon, makes all his different puppet forms of him dead, his undead do his bidding, takes out takes out uh, different characters within the village hidden in the leaves. Takes out Marina pretty easy. Um, Takes out the rest of the Jonin in the village pretty easy. And then eventually he meets up with Tsunade, but not before taking out Tsunade's second in command, sucking her soul out, killing her in the process. Basically, Pain goes to the village hidden in the leaves, murks a lot of people, kills a lot of people. And another example that this is not an anime meant for children, because a lot of people get skewered, get their head cut off, get their body blown up, get their souls ripped from their body, blood spill out their body. They do the whole spitting out blood thing, like you see in anime all the time. Yeah, not meant for kids. Eventually, Pain shows that he's a merciless god by using the Sage of Six Paths power with regards to his almighty push ability. Goes up towards the sun like a god, does it, creates a nuke from the center of the village using his push abilities, which is repel abilities, to push everything from the center of gravity into the outward of gravity, because Pain's ability is gravity itself. As long as there's gravity that exists on the planet, he could manipulate gravity to his will, and there was no way Jiraiya was going to beat someone who could manipulate gravity to his will. So he pushed the gravity away from the center of the village, crushing every villages, crushing every person that was in every home. Everyone who was evacuating the village got pummeled by buildings or get pummeled by sand or debris, or got nuked from the powers themselves, the force of the power crushing them. And lots of people died. Moving on from that, Naruto shows up to the party, decides you can't do what you want anymore, Pain. I'm here to stop you. Naruto, still not knowing that Pain is not the person in charge of the Akatsuki, decides to fight Pain one-on-one with the 3 giant legendary toads. They all get taken out by Pain by himself, because Naruto, as conceited as Naruto is, believed because he has Jiraiya's power, and he's super powerful now, and he has the three Toes backing him up, and the entire Toad army backing him up. Doesn't matter. Pain has the power of the Sage of the Sixth Path, which means if you don't have the power of a god within you, you can't stop him. It doesn't matter how powerful your chakra is, or how near godlike your chakra is. Pain's power is beyond that of anyone's power. So the only thing that could stop Pain's power is something equal to that of a god. And the closest thing that's equal to that of the god that came from the Sage of the Sixth Path has to be chakra level equal to that of a god, which means you either have to be a tail beast or you have to be something beyond a tail beast to stand up to someone like Pain. Eventually, Naruto is saved by, uh, Hinamori, not Hinamori, Himori, Hinamori's Himori's daughter, which is in Boruto. He's saved by Himori, and she eventually gets KO'd. And once she gets KO'd, to be honest with you, I don't know if she's dead. I think she was just slammed to the ground and she was completely knocked out, and she was in a catatonic state and like a vegetable that she might not wake up from after getting her head slammed to the ground from the sky. I'm assuming she died. I'll just assume that right then and there. I'll assume she died. I'm not sure if she had lived from that attack, but I think she died from that attack. Eventually, Naruto loses it, thinking that Himori is dead, or that she is dead, and he goes into his nine-tail form, but not fully changed into the full nine-tail. He sucked in all the chakra from the nine-tail, because the nine-tail is all about rage and chaos. So he took on all his rage and chaos of the nine-tail, that the nine-tail bones start to form around him, and the nine-tail starts to be born. As slowly as the tape and the paper starts to fall from within Naruto's seal, and the seal slowly starts to become crumble and fade away, the nine-tails start to slowly be formed around Naruto. This happened in the past before, but upon the death of Hinamori, or the knockout of Hinamori or Himori, Naruto goes berserk, turns into Berserk Naruto, which basically is nine-tail beast form. Takes on Pain, kicks Pain's ass for a while, but Pain eventually, having the power of a god, it's no contest, man. You're using the power of the Sage of the Sixth Path. Eventually, he's able to subdue Naruto. As powerful as the nine-tail power is, Naruto said he wants even more power. I want to take all your power in. I want the whole nine-tail fox power. He eventually rips off the seal, the seal is about to come completely off, which will grant Naruto enough power to subdue Pain, at least to stop Pain completely. And he was, as the nine-tail fox is forming outside, flesh, bones, the whole nine thing is forming into it's coming back to life from the first introduction of the nine-tail fox in the first episode of Naruto. This is the return of the nine-tail fox into Shippuden. So this is the first appearance of the nine-tail fox since he was first physically appeared in the original story of Naruto. So yeah, this was a big deal. This is also another transitional point of Naruto. So the first transitional point of Naruto Shippuden was at the beginning first part with Sasuke. The next was the transitional point of the death of Itachi and the death of Juriya. The next transitional point was the revival of, or half revival of the Nine-Tailed Beast, and the return of Minato in order to save his son from committing a fate far worse than death, which is to be consumed by the Nine-Tails' powers, eventually letting the Nine-Tails get loose and eventually fall deep into darkness that he cannot come back from it. So this was imperative to the future of Shippuden moving forward. So we have now gone past 3 peaks, 3 high zenith points, and the last of the zenith points we're getting close to before the end of Shippuden and the end of the story of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. Because to me, Shippuden and Naruto were both binded class together, both two sides of the same coin, both essential for the existence. One gave us half the story of what was to come. Shippuden gave us the other half of the story, which was to complete the set. So Naruto could not have been completed if the actions within Shippuden did not complete it. So moving forward from that, we're now going into the last peak of Naruto ascending that peak to get to that final peak within Shippuden. Naruto finally meets up with Nagato, the true leader of the Akatsuki, who was the person hidden behind all the dummies coming back to life. Naruto is about to kill Nagato. Eventually, Naruto hears of Nagato's story and how he first met Juriya and why Nagato did what he did and why Nagato calls himself pain. The pain and suffering of hundreds of people is the name of the word he decides to call himself. It's not just his pain, it's the pain and suffering of all those who served under him. That's why he used the word pain. It's a physical representation of every dead person who is ever known that served under him. The name represents his entire clan of the past, not just who he is. His cloak, his outfit, the clouds, all are representation of things that happened before the Akatsuki came to be known by Naruto and by the village hidden in the leaves. So now that Naruto learns of pain and where he came from and of his past, Naruto decides to convince Pain in order to save everyone in the village. Pain slash Nagato agrees to do that, knowing that how if anyone was to change the future of the world, Naruto has the power to do so. Naruto has the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Naruto has the power of Hokage. Naruto has the power and willpower to push him to the limits. If someone could push Nagato to the limits to change his resolve, then this person must be powerful enough to change the resolve of the tides of war to come. And since Nagato knew that Madara, the real enemy, the real manipulator, the real leader of the Akatsuki, would eventually come to create war, he knew that the only person that would be able to stand up against this person, to have the scales of war tip in the favor of the side of those who are willing to survive and see a bright future, that person has to be powerful enough to take on someone like Madara, someone that has that type of willpower. And that only person that he knows of is Naruto. So doing so, he saves and brings everyone back from the dead. Himori, everyone who died in the village comes back to life using Nagato's power. Nagato has that type of power. His Rinnegan is simply not something of just a god that could destroy things. His Rinnegan is capable of bringing life back from the dead, to rebirth and bring people back from the dead. That's how powerful Naruto is. He can bring anyone back from the dead. You died 10 years ago, I could bring you back from the dead. Literally bring back from the dead. Eventually, the story of Naruto continues up this peak to the Great Ninja War, which is the final peak with regards to Naruto Shippuden. The fourth Great Ninja War is the final peak and the final transition of Naruto Shippuden. Upon going after Sasuke, who's now going after Danzou, who's now going after Sasuke himself, we finally get to meet everyone, the various different Kages. We finally get to realize Nagato tells Naruto of Tobe, who is actually Madara, back from the dead, was the person who released the Nine Club Beasts into the village. That it was never really him. It was Madara who was able to prolong his life in order to release the Nine-Tailed Fox in the village to create such devastation and suffering. That Madara is the reason why the Nine-Tailed Fox is in Naruto to begin with. So everything from Naruto episode 1 to now goes back to Madara. This guy has been around, has been living and hiding in the shadows for decades on end, pretending to be dead all this time since his fight with Hashirama. He was never dead. His jutsu allowed him to stay alive for more than a century. And he was hiding in the shadows the whole time. And no one knew that he was alive this whole time. That's why I said it's important for the story of Naruto to be part of the story of Shippuden. Without the story of Shippuden, the context of everything that happened in Naruto would not have been fulfilled. So now that we're here, now that all the five Kages have met each other, now that they decide that, in order, now that we know the story of this fake Madara, or Madara being alive, we now have to find out what Madara wants. Eventually come to realize what Madara wants. And we can eventually learn what Madara wants after the bickering happened between the five Kages of who should take down Madara. Madara then shows up to the party, as well as with Sasuke, who shows up to the party to take down Danzou. Now, should I say, Sasuke finally meets Danzou, but first he has to go through a Raikage who wants to have get even with him for taking B. So by first fighting the Raikage, first obstacle Sasuke has to go through, surviving fighting the Raikage is allow Sasuke to gain enough power to take on Danzou. Because as powerful as Sasuke is, I believe that he could not have completely defeated Danzou if he didn't fight powerful enough opponents to give him that gusto to be able to decide, well, I haven't, if I could take on a Raikage, a Kage himself, I should be able to have enough power to take down Danzou. And by doing so, he is able to do so. So eventually, Sasuke shows up to the party, sees Danzou. Danzou looks back at him, sees him in return. Sasuke says, all right, I see you. Let's get this on. You had this coming since Naruto episode 1. Hell, you had this coming before the prequel of Naruto episode 1. You allow my brother to kill my entire clan. You're the reason my clan is gone and doesn't exist. You had this coming for a long time, and now you're going to get it. So Sasuke says, well, since this is something that he's been thinking about since he was a kid, to take down his brother, he's now decided to throw that away and realize that kid should have been thinking about Danzou the whole damn time. So now that he's realized who his true enemy is, he's going after Danzou. He finally decides to fight Danzou. But before that, the Kage says, well, you won't be able to fight Danzou because your duns are done. One of the Kage from the Sand Village, I believe. No, not the Sand Village. From a different village. I believe the Mist Village. Not the Mist Village. Another village decide to, the Stone Village, yes. The village hidden in the stone decides to OP Sasuke, trap him in a cube, do particle acceleration or deceleration or something like that, particle style abilities, divided Sasuke's molecules to bits. Sasuke is now dead. Eventually, everyone thinks Sasuke is dead, but in that blink of that eye, as Sasuke was about to be completely destroyed by old man from the stone. I forgot his name. What was his name? Madara said it before. Yeah, I'll remember it later on. So Madara basically saves Sasuke from death. Danzou eventually is revealed to be part of in cahoots with Madara. Well, not in cahoots with Madara, was as basically to say is someone as equally as in cahoots with what brought on the existence of Madara to do what Madara wanted to do with regards to the village. If it wasn't for Danzou's action, Madara would have probably not done what he did, so on and so forth. I don't believe that that's the case, but yeah, we finally get to see Danzou get his comeuppance. Danzou basically say, for decades on end, I've been trying to protect this village from this monster and from Madara and whoever, that I was the person who was able to save this village from everyone else. If it wasn't for me and it wasn't for the foundation, that the roots of this tree would have been cut down a long time ago, and life wouldn't be able to continue. All I wanted to do was save this village. I didn't understand what anyone didn't understand. He doesn't realize that, many people could have saved the village in many ways. He decided to take it upon himself to believe that he was the only person that's able to save the village. That was his impudence, that was his arrogance, and that was his reason for his downfall. That it wasn't up to him, and his ways of doing things was the ways to save the village. He believed doing it any other way is the way of being soft, and eventually other people will dominate the village hidden in the leaves. He doesn't realize that everyone saw this and realized this type of, you have to be bloody to get your hands bloody in order to achieve things. He just realized that it was the only way to do things, which it wasn't. Diplomacy is necessary when brute strength doesn't work. But he purely believed in brute strength. And eventually, his pure belief in brute strength was the reason why he died in the process. Sasuke says, enough of you. Who cares what you think? Who cares what you believe in? You're the reason my entire clan is dead. You're the reason why my brother's dead. You're the reason why so many people have killed each other and someone died in the process. You don't need to protect anything. You need to be exterminated with the highest prejudice. Because if it was for you, more people of more clans from more villages and more people in this clan would disappear and no one would know what happened to them. You need to get your head mounted on a spike. That's basically what Sasuke is saying. So by Sasuke killing this guy, ending him permanently, removing the obstacle from everything, Naruto basically comes in contact with Sasuke. Sasuke eventually comes in contact with Kakashi. Kakashi basically sees that Sasuke, after killing Danzou, basically loses it, and that Sasuke is pretty much on the bloodlust hunt. That he's not done with Danzou. He wants to cleanse the village hidden in the mist completely. That he's now Sasuke is slowly but surely becoming power hungry because he's now taking down Danzou. So in order for him to finally come to his senses, Naruto said, "Well, I gotta stop this." So in order for Naruto to finally stop Sasuke, Naruto says, "Well, if you want to take someone to be someone your punching bag, if you need someone to be a punching bag, if you need someone to kill me." Sasuke stands up and looks at him straight face. He stops laughing. I don't know what it is between him and Naruto. Every time Naruto opens his mouth, Sasuke starts to get pissed off and get serious. He could lose his mind and start going crazy with Kakashi or Danzo. But the moment Naruto opens his mouth and start getting talking to him, he's like, "What's with this dude?" And it's like, I don't get this guy, man. Like he feels like he's always on this high level of superiority over me, because that's what Sasuke feels every time he sees Naruto. He feels that there's someone talking down to him. Or sometimes he feels like Naruto is trying to talk down to him, but he knows to his heart that Naruto is not talking down to him. He doesn't understand Naruto. That's basically what it is. He's trying to understand him, but he doesn't understand him. So his idea, in order to solve the solution of knowing what Naruto is to finally terminate Naruto. And this is coming close towards the alliance. Peak of the alliance is his decision to finally terminate Naruto, and Madara's decision to finally instigate the war of the Great Ninja War, Fourth Great Ninja War. So during the process of this, fake Madara joins, or should I say, teleports himself and Sasuke, who was about to be killed by Mr. Particle style, before he shows up to the party here, and Naruto saying that I'm going to save Sasuke, told previously in previous episode or episodes that I'm starting the Fourth Great Ninja War. None of you can do anything about it. I got enough tail beasts. I don't really need the 9 tail beasts. I have every tail beast. You could keep that 9 tails. I got more than 9 tails. I got every single tail beast. And I have an entire army of zombies. And I have various different ninja clans of corrupted, S-class tier mercenaries and criminals to follow me in the process. So I have nations of nothing but bad guys and zombies, and basically I have nukes in my hands and pockets, the various different tail beasts. I'm instigating Fourth Great Ninja War, and this is the beginning of the peak of the story. So by the instigation, or should I say instigation, more like the installment of, or verbal installment by fake Madara, that the Fourth Great Ninja War begins now. Basically what he said, the Fourth Great Ninja War begins now. We've now gone past the level of what was Naruto Shippuden and what was Naruto into an alliance arc, basically, so to speak. You could call this, so to speak, you could call this the alliance arc. The Fourth Great Ninja War was kind of an alliance arc. So we're now going into a world where alliance between ninja clans, hidden ninja clans, has never been done before, ever, in the history of this world. The Fourth Great Ninja War brought upon the alliance of different nations because they realize their common enemy is a lunatic, not just a regular lunatic. His common enemy is a psychopath, a lunatic, a person who's willing to burn the entire world to the ground and start fresh. In other words, subduing everyone in infinite Tsukunomi. And infinite Tsukunomi means just like his eyes, the look of his eyes, he would have the entire world under a genjutsu where no one can break out of it no matter how powerful they are. And they will be eternally trapped in this genjutsu forever. As big as the world is, as big as the planet is, this infinite Tsukunomi would cover the entire planet. And no one, no matter where they are, will be able to escape it as long as they're on the surface of the planet and can be seen and see it. Or if you're hidden in a bunker somewhere, try to avoid it. It won't matter. The moment you come out of that bunker, the Tsukunomi will always be on. It's not something that could be stopped. It's like the sun. It will always be up there. So the moment you come out of a bunker, you will be trapped in the Tsukunomi forever. So everyone within the 5 great Kage nations desperately run forward or charge forward or sprint forward or teleports forward to try to figure out how to stop this madman. Because he's going to use all the tail beasts to nuke everybody, and eventually those who don't obey will get trapped in the Tsukunomi anyway. You don't obey, I'll drop the tail beast on you. You do obey, then you will be trapped in my Tsukunomi forever, where I am sitting on a throne and I get to decide who of the species of everybody on the planet gets to live, gets to die. Oh, I want that entire nation over there to be completely wiped out, so I'll start again. Or this guy and this girl is going to give birth to someone that will bring me down. I want them to be killed. And as long as they're trapped in the infinite Tsukunomi, I could kill them at any time. That kind of thing. So yeah, this guy is not just a dictator of a continent or something. This guy is like a dictator of an entire world. Like one world, one dictator. So by taking this piece of shit down, they decide to grow an entire nation of different people. All the hidden leaves form the alliance of the great ninja nations. The 5 great ninja nations form an alliance. But Naruto also formed an alliance with B in order to generate hidden tail beast powers. In order to take down someone as powerful as Madara, or fake Madara in this case, you have to channel hidden tail beast powers in order to fuse tail beast powers into your body to use as weapons. Before, Naruto was just using the tail beast powers in order to use it against the enemies as chakra pulling outside. B is talking about using said chakra to not go outside of him so it could make him strong, but to use it to pull inside of his body and to make his internal nature energy fuse with his chakra tail beast power energy. So this is the first time the inclusion of tail beast powers fused with nature powers in order to create a different type of power. Basically, it's like going fusion form, Goten and Goten and Trunks forming together to become Gotenks. That's basically what using tail beast powers with nature power meant. So by doing so, Naruto finally meets his mother. They have this conversation of how she lived and how she died. He cried and said, I missed you, Mom. They have this brief and warm moment. She told him that she remembers the guy with the mask, and that she and her father and Naruto's father fought him. Moving forward from that, we get to see Naruto finally being able to access this power, and his entire body glows in a golden form. Moving forward from that, we get to see Guy finally fighting the short guy, I forgot his name, Kizame. Finally get to fight Kizame, and Kizame fight Guy, and Guy has finally acquired the power to go beyond the 5th level of his extreme powers, to the point that Guy's power can be almost considered to be near Tail Beast's power. Not more stronger than Tail Beast power, but near Tail Beast power. So once the guy's power excelled to the point of being near Tail Beast power, he was finally able to defeat Kisame, who was considered to be also someone near Tail Beast power, or equal to the power of a Tail Beast. So Guy, in some sense, is more powerful than anyone in the Leaf Village hidden in the leaves. In fact, I believe there's only one other person more powerful than Guy and that person is Naruto. I used to believe Kakashi was stronger than Guy, but Guy's power is beyond a certain ability. If Guy keeps pushing his body over and over and over again, he eventually will surpass that of a tail beast. But the price to pay for that is death. So yeah, in some cases he's not more powerful than Kakashi because at near death, I believe he wouldn't be able to succeed in his task anyway. But he's able to take down Kisame in the process. Moving forward from that, we get to finally see Konan defying fake Madara after the death of Nagato. She gets killed by fake Madara, and says, fake Madara says, "I'm going to bury you next to Nagato. You were a useful little puppet to me when I first met you and your little punk crew called Akatsuki. But now I'm done with the Akatsuki. Because Akatsuki is not yours anymore. Akatsuki is mine. The name Akatsuki belonged to me. I really created Akatsuki. You know how I created Akatsuki? Because I was around when you formed Akatsuki. Because I allowed you to create Akatsuki. Because when you were punk-ass kids, before you put on these clothing, I was the one that instigated you to put on these clothing to begin with. So everything that is the Akatsuki came from me to begin with." And she basically say, "Who really are you?" It doesn't really mean, it basically says, it doesn't really matter to me who you think I am or who you believe I am. I was the person who was in the shadows the whole time and you never knew about it. And I was the person who really created your little band of little merry men to begin with, when you think that you were the one who created Akatsuki. Of course, Conan says the Akatsuki is not simply based on its creator. The Akatsuki is a band of brothers which you couldn't comprehend. So even if you created the Akatsuki without our consent, without our knowing, the Akatsuki is a representative of who we are as a group, not who the person who created is as a group. And that hit, I think that hit fake Madara really hard. That really hit him to fake hard. It pissed him off to the level as he realized it's true. He realized what Conan was saying is true. That a brotherhood of the Akatsuki, why Akatsuki lived that much, why Akatsuki has been serving, why they did what they did, wasn't because of someone or something who created them or gave them the name or the clothes that they're rocking. The Akatsuki went beyond the people who created them. That it represented who they were. That at any moment they could have abandoned the Akatsuki, period. And that pissed off fake Madara more than anything because he realized it's true. So he killed Conan in the process. And so by killing Conan, he gets damaged also in the process to the level that he has to now repair himself. But weirdly enough, the arm that she damaged happens to be the arm of one of those fake dolls, those white dolls that were stuck in the ground. Those little entities that were stuck in the ground that are part of fake Madara's army. And soon she discovers, when he formed back his arm into yellow, that she lost this fight. And his face, half his face was revealed, and we get to see that he has short hair, so on and so forth, and his arm, that he's not completely human himself. Possibly been dead a long time himself. So Conan is dead. Eventually, Kabuto revive all the killed off Akatsuki from the past, revive a lot of old people from the past as well, revive a lot of Kages from the past, revive a lot of enemies from the past, revive a lot of enemies from the past, like way back in the past. During the Third Great Ninja War, during various different sections between Naruto to where Naruto is in the Naruto series to where Shippuden is in the series, all enemies that we've ever seen in Naruto gets revived. That said, Kabuto has now excelled past the level of skill for which Orochimaru had in the past by showing this to fake Madara that he's truly become this powerful. Like he can now bring back things that have been dead for more than a century, is to show off this power. So he brought back a lot of people. including miniature tail beast individuals as well as dead warlords, well as dead enemies that people from the Hidden Leaf and other hidden villages have fought before. Enemies, criminals, so on and so forth. Anything and everyone who could have been brought back from the dead, who were super powerful, were brought back in the dead to serve towards fake Madara's side of this war. And it's during this war a lot of reveals happen, and also during this war a lot of things get closed off as well. So Deidara brought back from the dead. The crazy guy that believed in Jashin got brought back from the dead. Everyone, anything that was dead from the past, Nagato brought from the dead. Itachi brought back from the dead. Even old Kages from different villages brought back from the dead. Everyone got brought back from the dead to fight on the side of the villains. And they all fight. Many sides, many people on the good guy side died. Many people on the bad guy side died. And eventually, the final boss showed up to the party. The person that everyone was fearing from the beginning, and that every fandom of everyone knew and waiting to show up. Because if this fake Madara was revealed to be a fake Madara, it was finally revealed that he was a fake Madara in this episode. I'm only describing fake Madara in this video because this is a rundown. If this wasn't a rundown and it wasn't spoilers, that fake Madara would be expressed in the form of me not revealing it and only revealing it now. Now, what I'm saying is, it is only in this episode of showing the real Madara, the one that fought the Senju of the village hidden in the leaves, Hashirama, did we get to see that Madara, the real Madara, has been dead for quite some time. Maybe from the time he fought Hashirama, he's been dead. Or from the time he fought Hashirama and he lived and hid away and eventually died from old age, he's been dead and brought back in his combat form of his youth. So the fake Madara was there the whole time with the tail beast. From the very first episode, we learn of the tail beast attacking the village. And the fake Madara was the reason that caused all the wars and all the battles and all the events, well, not all of them, all the major ones anyway, to lead up to where we are now within Shippuden. So Madara really wasn't the person that did all this. It was the fake Madara. But as we can see, as the story and the reveals and why Shippuden and why Naruto is in my top 5, is that everything goes back to the beginning. That even fake Madara was being used by real Madara. Because on his death of fighting Hashirama, he devised a plan for which he was going to win in the end. And in order to win in the end, he had to use someone from the village hidden in the leaves. And that someone could only be someone who had lost as much as he did. So he had to find someone almost close to the point that related to him to be naive enough, but at the same time smart enough in order to be to be convinced that what he was saying was true and right. So he was able to convince fake Madara, who I would call Tobe, who we call Tobe, in order to join his side, to use fake Tobe, who is the true leader of the Akatsuki, and who pretended to be not the leader of the Akatsuki and put Pain in the place to be the leader of Akatsuki, is the true leader of the Akatsuki. It's weird. It's very weird. Because Madara is the real leader of the Akatsuki, who is the leader of the person who is pretending to be not the leader of the Akatsuki, but is the leader of the Akatsuki. So it's weird, because Madara is really the leader of the Akatsuki, if you really think about it. He didn't form the Akatsuki, but he convinced the person who he fooled to go and form the Akatsuki. So in all truth, Madara is the leader of the Akatsuki, though he didn't know that the fake Madara would form this group. He just told this guy, this fake Madara, he told Tobe to form a ninja group. He didn't know that it was the Akatsuki was going to form. So in all truth, Madara is kind of like the leader of the Akatsuki, without him actually being the leader of the Akatsuki. But he really is, because it's his action that set forward fake Madara to do fake Madara's action, which set forward the beast of the nine tail to attack the village, which set forward what's his name, Itachi, to do what he did to kill the people of the village in order for the uprising to happen, because doing so by letting the beast attack the village caused the people in the village to cry out for leadership so that such a thing cannot happen. So when the coup happened, they all cried, well, this is the same thing that happened with Tail Beast. Another devastating thing. Everyone in the village will be murdered. Everyone don't want that thing, that devastation to happen with Tail Beast to happen again. So they put the coup with regards to the Uchiha in the same field as the destruction of the village or near it. So in some cases, his action caused, Madara's action caused fake Madara to do those actions, which cause ripple effect of her other actions to happen, which cause pain to be created from fake Tobe or fake Madara seeing the kids that were raised by Juriya to manipulate them into becoming Akatsuki, to become the leader of the Akatsuki, who he would have to, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, would have to go back to every now and again to inform the real leader of the Akatsuki, who is also a fake, that, hey, listen, I'm doing what you're saying, but it'll take some time, blah, blah, blah. In all truth, in the end, he, Madara, is the real leader, or the hidden leader of the Akatsuki, if not the real leader of the Akatsuki. That designation goes to fake Madara. But fake Madara and Madara are in cahoots, so you could basically say they're two parts of the same, two peas of a pod. One is, I didn't ask you to create this group, but yeah, it's whatever. It's part of me anyway. You're all being used by me anyway. So yeah, Madara is kind of like the leader of the Akatsuki without him really, knowing that it was specifically Akatsuki. So Madara does his whole Big Bang attack thing, dropping like a planet-sized moon on the Alliance, the Five Kage Alliance, pretty much destroying majority of them. And in the process, the fake Madara takes on a different mask, acquires the Rinnegan from Nagato from his death body by taking his eye out of his body, while keeping his Sharingan, his other eye, and slowly gaining even more power, enough to that he would believe he would be able to stop Madara if he do. Because here's the thing, why the story is so complicated is because even though fake Madara is being used by Madara, fake Madara also knows that he's being used by real Madara. That nothing that he's not completely stupid to know that he's not being used, but he's completely stupid to know that his suffering is making him being used. That he wants to be used due to his suffering, even though he knows that he's being used. So it was weird. That's why I've never really fake Madara at all. But you're an idiot. You want to be used, and you know that you're being used, but you want everyone to suffer as well. So in some cases, this guy is just as evil as Madara is. So moving all forward from that, we get to see the other tail beasts have a little conversation with Naruto. Eventually, before they all get captured by fake Madara, we get to have backstory with regards to all the nine-tailed beasts surrounded by the Sage of the Sixth Path when they were nothing but little babies when the Sage first created them. And we get to hear their backstory. Eventually, we get to meet Madara again. When Madara also have a backstory with regards to him. And Madara, when he was talking shit, he was talking shit to the five Kages. Eventually, he meets the five Kages. And he eventually tells them a little backstory of meeting other different Kages when they were young. And that, why do you even defy me? Like, dead Madara here eventually meets the five Kages of the now part of the Ninja Alliance. And talks to them and looks down on them and says, listen, if the original five Kages couldn't stop me, what makes you think weaklings of the future like you, who can't use the level of chakra powers that I have, could stop me? And he reminds them of this, as well as Ononoki, and that was his name. That's the name I was forgetting for the old man. Ononoki returns into an old man and reminds them of, you're all weaklings. So Madara is using his powers of his ultimate Sharingan powers against the five Kages now in battle. As we see this, we also see Itachi going after, or should I say Sasuke going after Itachi after realizing Itachi has been revived. And Itachi is going after Kabuto to undo the curse that Kabuto cast on him. because even though Kabuto has control out of everyone that's been brought back from the dead, Itachi once again proves that he's the number one powerful, most badass Sharingan user of all times. And I'm not sure if he's the most badass Sharingan user of all times. That designation goes towards Madara, but he's equal, almost equal to the power of Madara, so to speak, because he's able to break out of the jutsu that Kabuto has on him. He's the only person that was able to break out of that jutsu that Kabuto had on him, and goes after Kabuto. Kabuto is surprised by this, that everyone's locked under his jutsu and everyone's obeying him, but Itachi is the only one unable to do so. Itachi gets into a fight with Kabuto. Kabuto tells him of the infinite Tsukunomi and what real Madara wants, not fake Madara. That the infinite Tsukunomi, that fake Madara stated that he wanted the infinite, everyone to be under the infinite Tsukunomi, wasn't from wasn't fake Madara's idea. The infinite Tsukunomi was something that came from real Madara, because he realized the real Madara realized that he could not beat um, Hashirama with regards to power. That the only way to beat someone like Hashirama, who was close to the power of Sage of Sixth Path, close but not there, was to create a type of jutsu that could be cast upon everyone and anything. That is, no matter how powerful Hashirama was, he eventually would be able to be stopped by the sage power. But not only because of that, it's because once he decided to beat someone like Hashirama, finally, he'll be able to control the world using this power. So eventually, Kabuto figures out that's what fake Madara wanted, but he also figure out that was also what real Madara wanted. That the idea of the infinite Tsukunomi did not come from fake Madara. That the idea of the infinite Tsukunomi came from real Madara. And why is this possible? How do Kabuto know all this? Because he went and decided to decipher the old tablets, the ancient tablets that were hidden by ancient Uchiha civilization that only someone with Sharingan could read. And unfortunately for fake Madara and real Madara, Kabuto, being able to manipulate those who are controlled by his abilities, can use their Sharingan or the power of the Sharingan to decipher those information themselves. So that's how he was able to figure out what was going on. Moving forward from that, we get to see the backstory of Kabuto, why he decided to take on the fact of helping fake Madara and helping real Madara, because he had a shitty background. He was raised in an orphanage by a nun. We get to see his devastating past. We get to see that how evil Danzou was, and how Danzou eventually burned down this orphanage, burned down this place by these many people, killed all these people just to keep a secret of anything that, with regards to anything from that could leak out that enemy would get. And this was during, I believe, slightly after the Great Ninja War, Third Great Ninja War, orphans of that Great Ninja War. And so, moving forward from that, we get to see Itachi finally stopping Kabuto. Kabuto finally being able to release the jutsu. The body falls to the ground. That was encapsulating uh, uh, his essence, Itachi's essence. Itachi going back to heaven, spirit form, saying goodbye to his brother. Everyone who was caught in that jutsu are now free from that jutsu. Moving forward, we get to see Dan saying his last goodbyes to Tsunade. Dan being the person that used to be in love with Tsunade, Tsunade being the person that used to be in love with Dan. Their relationship finally being addressed again within Shippuden, finally first mentioned in uh, Naruto, now emphasized even more in Shippuden. Moving on from that, we get to finally see the real face of the person who was riding the fake Madara mask. It gets to the point that Kakashi gets shocked by this, and it's revealed that the person who was hidden behind that fake mask, who was serving Madara himself, was the person that was from Kakashi's past, who survived the attack a long time ago when Kakashi was young. And that person was Obito. And Obito was Kakashi's old friend from when he was first on his mission. and left for dead when half of his body was crushed. What's surprising to me is that even though half of Obito's body was crushed, he happened to have his eyes return within the body. So even though I know that the the other half of his head is the skin on his face, the half of his face that's returned is partly due to Madara's experimentation on his body, that the eyes return simply naturally because the part of his face had also returned as well. So that said, that half of his body is completely gone. The other half just regenerate there due to Madara's experimentation on Obito. Moving forward from that, we get to see Madara and Obito together, finally teaming up to reveal their hand, reveal the story of each of them being in contact with each other, how they first met each other, the backstory of how Obito managed to survive even though half his body was gone, how Madara schemed to have him to do certain things, how Obito learned of Kakashi killing uh, the girl that he was in love with, Rin, and how he didn't know that Kakashi killed Rin because he was under influence of a jutsu, or she was under influence of a jutsu, forced to kill Rin, and how Obito assumed that Kakashi was the person that killed Rin, and for decades on end he planned everything, not just to destroy the village hidden in the leaves, or to bring suffering on other villages as well, to bring war to an end. He wanted Kakashi to suffer for killing Rin. So everything that we now know from the beginning of the invasion of the Akatsuki onto Naruto, from the beginning when Itachi and Kisame first showed up in Naruto before Shippuden, were all due to Obito wanting to get revenge against Kakashi. Yes, this vendetta against Kakashi is as old as a 60-year-old man. You know, I'm pretty sure Obito is like 50 or something years old, or 49 or 48 years old since the time that he was young. But the point is, maybe he's not that old. Maybe he's like 38 or 30. It doesn't really matter. It's been more than 20 years that he's been plotting and planning to destroy. Like 10 or 12 years ago, the Tail Beast destroyed the place. He's been doing this. He's been manipulating people. He's been forming Nagato and Akatsuki. He gave them, he allowed them to create the name and wear the clothing and have black nail polish, and giving them the whole clouds and stuff, even though they're the ones that fashioned the design and everything. He formed Akatsuki simply partially out of getting revenge against Kakashi. Little did he know that all this was planned by real Madara anyway. So even though he was in charge about creating everything, he himself was being used to create those things simply because Madara wanted those things to be created. So he was being used from the beginning, but he never thought. He only saw it from the point of view of revenge. Moving forward from that, we get to see even more information with regards to um, uh, different people fighting during the Alliance War, people getting their ass kicked, people getting things handed to them. We get to see different people using different powers. We get to see even more backstory with regards to the Uchihas doing their coup with regards to Itachi and Naruto. And it's at this point within the anime, um, I believe it was during, yes, it was during, it already was happening, but it was mostly during the arrival of Madara and the arc of the Alliance arc, and the arrival of Madara. Did the filler sandwich start to exist? There was always fillers within Naruto, always, but it wasn't to this ridiculous amount. We already knew about the Uchihas. We already knew about Sasuke. We already knew about Itachi. We already knew about Naruto and Mito, and all everything that we knew about the third Hokage and of the third Great Ninja War and Juriya. But at this point, during this Alliance War, it became repetitive sandwich. They were already doing repeats prior to the Alliance War. When Shikamaru had to bury his master, there was already repeats there. When Itachi, or before Itachi died fighting Sasuke, There were already fillers there. After Itachi and Kisame died fighting Guy, hell, even after who else? Even after a revival of everyone, uh, prior to the no, even after Madara or fake Madara decided to reveal the fourth great ninja war. Even before that, when Sasuke invaded the Five Kage Summit, even before then there was fillers, but it wasn't until during mid alliance combat, the fourth great ninja war, during the fourth great ninja war did it become filler sandwich, and that pissed me off to no end. I couldn't stand it. Every time I wanted to get to a section within the goddamn fourth great ninja war, there was a fillers, and that's why this is in its fourth place. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for it to get to this point. I was waiting for it to get to my rage point. I was waiting for this. I would say, when am I going to get to the fourth great ninja war? Well, it's here. No, kiss my ass. You will stay in fourth place. I had to wait for months on end just to see the continuation of the fourth great ninja war. And it took more than one season of filler for just things related to the fourth great ninja war. If you combine all the fillers that happen, not a straight season of fillers, but all the different going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth fillers within the fourth great ninja war. It's an entire season of nothing but fillers. That said, when it did get past the fourth great ninja war and went straight into Kagura, that whole damn thing had a season itself. Not even filler sandwich, just a season of everyone trapped in the infinite Supernome, living their best lives in the infinite Tsukunomi. Was that part of the whole arc of the taking down Kagura? No. It was a story about many people having backstories of things of filler sandwich that happened in old school stuff, all the way from Naruto to the early days of Shippuden. It's just a repetitive of the same shit, but done in a different way to show that, oh, you're all trapped in the infinite Tsukunomi. Hell no. People saw that for what it was, and everyone opted out. So by the time we went back to repetitive sandwich of Danzou, different things with Danzou of the past, of him with Itachi, went back to stories of um, Haguma, and third Hokage, and Mito's story. Hell, we went back even to story of Hashirama. So we went back to story of third Hokage, we went back to story of Mito, we went back to story of first Hokage. We kept going back and forth, and I started to get pissed off. So I checked out during the alliance and waited months on end for it to start. So when it came back into place, we finally got back to the fact of when Obito consumed the I believe he consumed the ghetto statue, and he turns into a demigod and becomes a demigod. And eventually he gets killed by Madara in the end, and Madara consumes that ghetto statue power, takes the power from Obito, removes the power from Obito, allows Obito to die in the process, or gets killed in the process, consume it, goes inside Madara. Madara takes on the power of the ghetto statue, which is the power of the Otosuki, which is the aliens. The reason why he has the horn stuck out of his head and those things going around his head is the power of the Otosuki. When a person's hair turns white, and their skin turns white, like they're half dead, that's the power of the Otosuki. All those enemies, all those different like revived gremlin type enemies that was fighting during the Great Ninja War, those half dead enemies that came from under the ground that served to fight all the forces of the Alliance in the Great Ninja War, they all had white skin, because the white skin represent the alien species that is the Otosuki. So when he consumed the Great Ghetto statue, he consumed the power of a demigod, or the power of a god inside of his body. So Madara got the power of a god inside of his body and was unable to be stopped by anyone. So when Guy first attacked him, and thinking that he was able to take out Kisame because he got strong enough to take out Kisame, who's able to be almost strong as a tail beast, or equal to the strength of a tail beast, failed to realize he's now fighting god form Madara, gets taken out pretty easy. Well, not really easy. He put up a fight, but it doesn't really matter. Even though he puts up a fight, his energy wore out. His body is intensely stressed. Basically, he's crippled for the rest of his life. That said, Naruto finally meets um, Sage of the Sixth Path, Hamura, or is it Hamura? Uh, Hagoromo. I forgot which one it is. Meets the Sage of the Sixth Path. Sage of the Sixth Path says, "I'm only popping up here. I only show up to the party, and the only reason it took me so long to show up to the party is because this fool Madara decides to consume the ghetto statue. The ghetto statue holds the essence of Kagura. And if the ghetto statue holds the essence of Kagura, which is the ghetto statue holds the DNA of Kagura, and once that ghetto statue is consumed by an individual who has the DNA of Kagura, they're able to, Kagura will be able to be revived. The alien Kagura will be able to revive. And so Naruto gets a rundown of this species known as the Otsutsuki, that these people came from the stars, came from heaven, from a galaxy far, far away, so to speak, invaded different worlds, conquered certain worlds, very much Frieza-like, dominated them. And eventually, there are many of them. It's an entire clan of these people. And those clan of those people are led by other people. And those clan of those people are led by other people, like a hierarch. Who is ever the end, the emperor of these people, eventually is the person that's going to show up within the manga. Unfortunately, they haven't met this person yet. They've only met people who are the great leaders of these people. So, of these people, one of the great leaders of these people was a guy um, who I won't say his name is because he only pops up in Boruto, and that's a guy who was the leader of Kagura. So even Kagura, as powerful as she is, God like Kagura, who created God like a Sage of Six Path, basically is stronger than anything on this planet because Kagura is a god, basically. All these aliens that came to this planet were gods, not demigods, were gods. And they're of a god species. So each of them are god level species. So when Kagura decided to have kids, two kids, those kids were demigods. So when Guy decides to fight someone who's taking on the power of a god, he's basically taking on the power of Kagura itself. So anyone who's demigod level strength would be able to somewhat fight against someone who's taking on the power of Kagura itself, but they won't be able to stop them. So that's why Sage of Six Path is here. It's like they cannot stop Kagura. If Kagura gets revived, your whole world is over. So by doing so, everyone gets consumed by the ghetto statue, and infinite Tsukunomi goes into effect. It took me how many damn fillers to get to this point, but guess what? We've now passed the point of how many fillers to get to this point. So once the filler sandwich starts to go away, all of a sudden the filler sandwich came back. And it's during this period of the filler sandwich that I completely checked out of Naruto. I didn't want to see anything related to Naruto. I didn't want to have anything to do with Naruto anymore. Because once I started to watch this, and I watched it for the first episode, and I watched the second episode, and I watched the third episode, I say, wait a minute. By the fourth episode, we're still trapped inside the infinite Tsukunomi. We haven't seen anyone by the fourth episode to show that none of these episodes are related towards infinite Tsukunomi. Automatically, I already knew that the first two episodes would be related to infinite Tsukunomi, so I was fascinated. But by the time the third episode came about, I started scratching my head and said, wait a minute. I know what's going on here. This is filler sandwich. So if by fourth episode pop up, if that filler is not gone, then that means this is the company's example that they decide to put their foot down and say, well, we know the manga of Naruto is coming to an end, but we're going to bleed this for all it's worth. Get as much milk out of this cow as we can. And that's when they abandon their fandom. That's when they decided to say, we're going to be greedy and decide to extend this past this point. We already know that everyone knows everything about Naruto, but we're going to create more stories with regards to Neji. We're going to create more stories with regards to Tenten. We're going to create more stories with regard to all the different characters that they should have fleshed out from the goddamn beginning from the beginning. They started to finally decide to try to flesh out in this whole infinite Tsukunomi stuff. So by the time they got to the infinite Tsukunomi, everything that revolved around Naruto and Sasuke, I checked out. Because it was only till they got to the infinite Tsukunomi that they tried to attempt to try to fill out characters like Tenten. But Even when they got here to try to fill out Tenten, they failed because they completely ignored Tenten. Because Tenten was never a character to be focused on in the series, nor was Konohamaru, nor was Neji, nor was even Shikamaru. They had so many different characters. They had more than 10 side characters that were considered secondary characters in this anime, and they never fleshed it out. We were coming towards the end of the Kagura arc, the end of Naruto, and I fully realized after watching it was like, wait a minute, maybe I'm also to be blamed here. But it not really, because I didn't ask for them never to flesh out Tenten or Neji or Sakura. They fully decided to invest purely within Naruto and Sasuke and decided to bitch slap everybody else. So once I checked out after Infinite Super came about, but like, okay, I was right. Naruto does need to go to the grave, and Boruto or whatever needs to replace it because it has abandoned ship long time ago. So moving on from that, after we finally decided to get back on track, after all the fillers was over, which it took an entire year for those fillers to be over, or not even a year, 6 months. Let me be nice to this anime. 6 months. It took about 6 goddamn months, maybe even more than 6 months, maybe even a year. Maybe I was right, maybe even a year. But I'll be nice. 6 months. Still, that's 6 months for the fillers to be over. We finally are here. Naruto, Sasuke are finally in combat against Kagura, because Kagura is the final bad guy. But it turns out it wasn't Kagura who's the final bad guy. It turns out yet there's not another bad guy of the series. See, this is where the problems of the series when it was coming to an end, when he jumped the ship, when he jumped the shark long time ago. We have yet another real bad guy of the story. The real bad guy of the story, and there were many real bad guys. Apparently, there are 4 real bad guys of Naruto Shippuden. There was the guy who's called Pain, who was the real bad guy of the Akatsuki. Turns out to be he's not the real bad guy. Turns out to be that the real bad guy was a guy named Nagato, but turns out he's not the real bad guy. Turns out to be the bad guy was a guy named Obito, well, it turns out that he's not the real bad guy. Turns out the bad guy was a person called Madara. But turns out that it wasn't Madara wasn't the real bad guy. Turns out the real bad guy was someone called Kagura. But turns out she's not the real bad guy. It turns out that the real bad guy was this thing right here, who is Kagura's will. You see what I'm saying? Even if I missed out on one of them, even if I go straight from Nagato being Pain to begin with, that's still 4. That's still 4 real bad guys. If the real bad guys of the people who invaded the village hidden in the mist, or hidden in the leaves, was Nagato, and Nagato was being used by someone the whole time. That person who was Nagato was being used by the whole time should have been the real bad guy. There shouldn't have been a real bad guy who was using the real bad guy, who was using the real bad guy. It became convoluted sandwich, and I had enough of it. So I checked out a long time ago. So once I did get back, and I saw Madara fall to the floor, being done, I said, "Good, goodbye, goodbye." Nope, nope. You should have been the real bad guy. This guy should have never been the real bad guy. Kagura should have never showed up until Boruto. This guy and Kagura should have been in Boruto. Him, Mr. Smiley Face, Mr. Blackface, should have been in Boruto. Kagura should have been in Boruto. The real bad guy of this alliance, the 4th Great Ninja War, should have been Madara. It should have been Obito being used by Madara the whole damn time. And that's it. That's all there is. Pain should have been used Nagato should have been used by Obito, and Obito should have been used by Madara. That's it. Like I said before, 2's company, 3's a crowd. Madara was the 3rd in that crowd. He was the 3rd. There was no need for them to be a Kagura to show up to the party. That was already jumping the shark, and there was no need for this guy as well. They fucked up, man. So moving forward from that, we then come to the end of this video. and we finally get more context into his two sons, who are kind of like Sasuke and Naruto, and it became so convoluted that they're basically saying the reason why Sasuke is so pissed off and the reason why Naruto is always against the nature of Sasuke being pissed off is because the original blood feud went all the way back to these dudes. Now I could understand the original blood going back to these dudes, but the feud as well, man, get the hell out of here with that. That's something that was completely convoluted. Maybe it's not 100% convoluted, but I think it's 50% convoluted. If they wanted to go down that route, they could have gone that route in a better route. So that said, Sasuke finally gained the power of Sage of Six Path, defeat Madara. Madara falls to the ground, or should I say Madara defeated himself after Naruto and Sasuke finally defeating Kaguya, and gaining the power of Kaguya to control all the nine-tailed beasts. Eventually, Sasuke get the power to control all the nine-tailed beasts by gaining Kagura's powers and Sage Six Path's powers. Eventually becomes the leader, in his own mind becomes the leader of the village hidden in the leaves. Say, I'm now the most powerful person on the planet. No one could stop me. I will now change the village hidden in the leaves. Okay, Sakura says, you know what? Enough of this bullshit. I've been dealing with you since season 1 of Naruto. Season 2 all the way to where we are now. You know, you've been throwing me to the side like a rag doll, treating me like shit the whole time. It's time for you to go. But even, see, here's the thing that I find why I get so angry about this. Even at this moment, Sakura still doesn't kill him. Sasuke has done far worse than you could say even Obito to a certain degree has done. And he's willing to do even far worse than that, if you really think about it. He's willing to destroy everything and restart everything. So he's basically Obito 1.5. He's not willing to do evil like Obito, but he's willing to do evil like Danzou. So he's kind of becoming the type of people who he hates so much. So Sakura basically saying, I'm checking out, man. I can't do this anymore. But at the same time, I can't kill you. Really am useless. And the truth is, she really is useless. At this point, what the hell was Sakura in the series of Naruto Shippuden to begin with if she's not going to pull the trigger? I mean, if she can't pull the trigger, even at the point where this dude is about to murk everybody, then what was her point in here? If she can't save him, or if she can't pull the trigger. If she can't save him, nor she can't pull the trigger, what was she? Nothing more than a plot device. If you're going to use a character and be part of the big three in the gang, you have to use her to a point that is relevant. You can't use her to be like this, just a scapegoat. So that's what I always hated. You have to use Sakura the way Sakura is being used in Boruto. You can't use Sakura the way Sakura was used in Naruto. You can't use Sakura the way Sakura was used in Shippuden. She has to be used the way she's used in Boruto. She has to be a badass. She has to serve a purpose, and she has to grow out of her punk ass ways and start to get and take out people if she has to take out people and not. And she's willing to save them. She has to knock them out first and save them on her own terms and then lock them up. This going back and forth with your emotions, I never got into it. I never liked it. They did a lot of things dirty in Shippuden that they should be ashamed of. Moving forward from that, we finally get to see a battle between Sasuke and Naruto. And at this point, I would say, okay, we're finally here. Let's put a close to this son of a bitch. I'm done with Shippuden, but at the same time, I've been waiting for this fight forever. This is the only thing I want to see, more than everything. I'm willing to check out, but at the same time, I'm not checking out. This is the difference between a fan and a non-fan. As much as a fan hates something, they can't fully put it away. Because it's like putting your favorite toy away, knowing that that favorite toy was essential towards you growing up in your entire life, was essential to get you through the hard times, was essential for you becoming who you were as you grew up. You put your toys away, but you don't fully put it away. It was part of your memory. So whatever you could have, with a picture of it or something, it's a representation of who you were as you were growing up. So I couldn't fully put this anime away, and I can't fully drop this out of my top 5. So this was the last battle between Sasuke and Naruto. on their memorable first battle ever against each other, or should I say, their memorable epic battle, not their first battle against each other, on the heads of the people that they represented based on the bloodline of the original who came from Sage of the Sixth Path, Ashura, Indra. So basically, Madara was Ashura, Naruto was Indra. Moving forward from that, we'll get to the point where we're finally at the end towards this video. They both beat each other so senseless that they don't have any more energy to fight each other, that their punches just tapped each other on the head and in the stomach, and they realize there's not even energy to even move their hair or their clothes beyond a certain level. They both collapse, completely exhausted, and they both give up, but they didn't give up. Being stubborn as they are, they decided to well up as much powers as they could possibly contain within their body for one final blast attack. Unfortunately, being the fact that their arms are both weak, that their arms are so weak to the point that if even a slight amount of explosion happens, it will remove their arms. They didn't think about that. They put so much power into both their arms, knowing that their arms are both weak, in order to stop each other, blew off their arms, knock out each other. They woke up about a couple of hours later, or maybe an hour later, or maybe a couple of minutes later, maybe 30 or 40 minutes later, from unconsciousness, woke up, realized they don't have an arm, realized they both bled out, and if they don't get proper medication, they would bleed out. Sakura shows up. Sakura saves them from bleeding out using her medical ninjutsu. We're now passed into the future, a certain point into the future, where Naruto is completely healed using Sakura's powers, as well as using the powers of the Sage of the Sixth Path in order to make his arm grow back, which is fascinating to me. Or maybe the tech that was used against creating Obito to have his second arm. Whatever it is, Naruto gets his arm back. Where we jump forward a couple of years, where they're where Himori is far older than she is. I keep calling her Himori. Is her name Himori? I don't remember. Keep going forward even more. Kakashi is older. Himori is older. Marriage is about to happen between both of them, her and Naruto, and that marriage happens between them during Shippuden. I believe it's either the second to last episode or it's the very last episode they got married. It's either the second to last episode or the last episode they got married. In episode 500 and something. Or is it 400 and something? Don't remember. I believe there are more than 500 episodes in Naruto Shippuden. And so it's been a long while. I was waiting for it to be like, try to condense it into 3 hours or into just 3.5 hours. Couldn't do so. We're talking about 500 episodes plus. Here, I'm trying to talk off and condense into just 4 hours. You can't do it. Even if you try to do it, you can't do it unless you skip over certain things and say, hey, this guy is old. He died. These two fought each other. Their arms got blown off. They got knocked out. They died because they hate each other. This guy, they ran out of steam. He died. They finally get back to meet each other because this guy was called Ashura. This guy's called Indra, and the reincarnation and died. I'm not going to do a video like that. I'm going to tell you exactly how it is, the way it is, and my opinions on it. Naruto is one of the greatest anime of all times, and will always be one of the greatest anime of all times. Will always be top tier greatest anime of all times. If it falls off of a top 5 spot, off of your top 5 spot, or off of my top 5 spot, it will only be because of greater animes down the road. But regardless, 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 7 years down the road, 8 years down the road, 20 years down the road, it will always remain in my top 10 spot. But for right now and for the next 5 years down the road, until Jujutsu Kaisen becomes to that level that is One Piece, to that level that is Hunter x Hunter, to that level that is Naruto, to that level that is My Hero Academia, as well as Demon Slayer. Until those 3 animes get to that level, or go beyond that, they already are to that level. Let me correct myself. The hell out of here. Jujutsu Kaisen is magnificent to that level already. Demon Slayer are to that level already. My Hero Academia is to that level already, and in some cases beyond. The fighting in those animes are to that level or beyond those that you could ever see in Naruto. So the only thing that's remaining in Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero Academia and in Demon Slayer, I would say it's the familyhood needs to be expanded more. And the bloodline and loyalty and camaraderie needs to expand past at least 1 decade. Once it goes past 1 decade and 1 decade only, that's when I would say I would drop any one of my top five into my top 10 slot, my top 10 slot. Because then they will be able to create enough stories from first 5 years to the next 5 years, past that 5 years, going into their 15th year, and only once they hit their 10th year marker can I say that maybe they're going to drop off in stories within Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, and Demon Slayer. Only then, once they hit their 10th year marker, because that's what typically happens sometimes. Once you go past your 10th or your 15th year, that's when things start falling off. So yeah, that's what happened with Naruto. That's what happened with Hunter x Hunter. That's what happened with Gintama. That's what happened with Dragon Ball Z. Once those things went past their 10th year, things start falling off. Or in Dragon Ball Z case, once it went past its 15th year, then it start falling off. So within 10 to 15 years, once Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, and Demon Slayer get to that 10th year marker, or past that 10th year marker to that 15 year marker, only then and only then, once it get to that 10th year and go past it just by 1 year or 2, 3, doesn't matter, then I will put one of them within that top 5 slot. If the story is to that magnificent level. I don't care about explosions and all this other bullshit. The story is king in anything that you ever watch and do. So that is the essential. So I'm checking out right now. It's 4 hours and 21 minutes. Not as long as Dragon Ball Z, because I love Dragon Ball Z equally as much as I love Naruto. But I'm surprised. I'm surprised I was able to get more from One Piece than I did from this. Maybe it's because I was more pissed off about this. I talked more. But it doesn't matter. It will also be in my top 5 slot. Maybe next year it'll fall into my 5th slot, and Gintama will get into my 4th slot. But for right now, it's still in my 4th slot, solid 4th slot. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is the last of these videos, and this is the top 4th of the top 5. So my 5th greatest anime of all time is Gintama, and that will be done tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So why Gintama is in the top 5? Well, just like Dragon Ball Z, just like Hunter x Hunter, just like Naruto, if you don't have Gintama in your top 5 or in your top 10 anime, go that way. Go that way, stay that way. Never speak on the word anime out of your mouth again, ever, because you don't know anything about anime. So that said, not bitching on anyone who thinks they know about anime, just bitching on those who are pretending to be anime fans. I guarantee if I go to a drag race or something and I whip out a computer or a cell phone about me watching anime, people will cut their eye in a certain way. But it's those same punk ass people you will see online making videos about their love for anime. No, go that way. Go that way. This is only for people who are dedicated and love this world, love the people who create it, love animation, love art, love designs. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but you cannot put yourself on the same level as these people. If your things are into movies, and if you say you're not into anime as much as you as everyone else, say so. But never say that you are equal to those people level, and never compare yourself in those fields that you're not into, even if it's films and stuff. Anime is a different world than games. Anime is a different world than movies. Anime is a different world than making a damn cake. Anime is a different world than driving a car. Anime is a different world than being an accountant. Anime is a different world than doing LARPing. You can't put those different worlds in the same levels. You either have to know this type of art form, and be into this type of art form. All right? The closest thing you could get to this type of art form is in gaming and other animation. American or other. If you're not in gaming or other animation, you can't really understand anime unless you are a type of person that could get it just like that. So that's it. Gintama is up next, and it's going to be a blast with that one. Why I say that's a blast? That's going to be the only anime that I'm probably going to laugh a lot while I'm talking about it in this video or in that video. In fact, it's a guarantee because every time I remember an episode about Gintama, I start laughing. I can't help it because Gintama is that funny. And it's a surprise to me that a lot of Americans still don't know about Gintama, and a lot of so-called people who are into anime still don't say, oh, this Gintama is not my type of flavor, it's too goofy and stuff. Be like, well, a lot of you watch One Piece, that's still goofy, but those people who watch One Piece wouldn't watch Gintama. I laugh at these people. It makes me, it's hilarious how all these people claim that they're into anime or love anime, knows anything about anime, man. If you don't know the focus of anime, if you're not to that level of into what a thing is, you can never really understand a thing. Why do people love sneakers more than they love anything else that they're willing to dedicate themselves to it? If you can't comprehend why they're doing those things, why they're so into it, you will never comprehend it, period. So go that way and stay that way and stop being pretending like you're into anime. And if you do hear this video and you are those people, good. This video is for those people who are into these stuff, like I am. It's not meant for you jokers. It's meant for the beautiful, the brave, and those who are willing to watch anime regardless of who says otherwise. Kiss my ass, go that way. You're ancient.